Alright, hello everyone, sorry, I'm super behind schedule. Things just did not work as I tried to get them to work, so that's always fun. Hello, 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 hope we're all doing well. Welcome to the stream. Give me a few seconds. Stuff's still not set up properly. Alright, welcome to WardiTV Mondays 97, as we are going to start off in the bottom right corner of the map with the red Terran player for our opening match of the day. This is going to be Shopify Rebellion's Bjorn taking on the blue Zerg. In the top left corner, we're going to have ourselves Rogue. Alrighty guys, hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all hanging out, tuning in, and everything. Good to see you guys as we get ready to go into some StarCraft 2. And get ready to figure out what exactly is going to be taking place in this Monday Cup. No Clem today, but we do have Hero, we do have a MaxPax, we've got Classic, Bjorn, Rogue, Percival, Nightmare, Zaun, SHIN, Solar, and Harston. So it's a pretty stacked lineup across the board. Just, yeah, diving in here initially with this Rogue Bjorn match in what is the round of 16. So, big round of 16 match to start us off today. We'll get that on the way, see how it goes, and continue on from there as we work our way through. Again, hello everybody, hope you're all doing well. Thank you for joining us early. Rogue Bjorn round 1. Yeah, so, I mean, when you get like 24-ish players, you're going to have a, well, anytime you have less than 24 players, you will have some players who both get a bye into round of 16, right? So that means that basically all you need is like seeds 8 and 9 to be good players, and then you start getting matches like this. So Bjorn and Rogue are seeds 5 and 12. So basically if you've got like 12 pros and then like, I think today's like 19 check-ins, you just get a bunch of first round matches out between very good players. So yeah, it's just the way it goes. So yes, again, hope you're all feeling good. Welcome to this Rogue Bjorn series as we get ready to get it underway. and get ready to start this off and get this a-rolling. I've been a little busy. I got back, I had to do a reset on the 24/7 stream. I got this stream live. Ellie's been barking. It's just been a bit of a 20 minutes or so trying to get stuff sorted out, but here we are, back on track. As we do see some Command Center first. Very popular, especially on a map like Ulsan Temple, where your opponent can't necessarily scout you straight away as well, so you can kind of get away with doing this for a little bit too, which is genuinely a pretty big bonus as well, so we definitely like to see that. And we go from there. At the moment, as we move ourselves into action and get this all starting. So, excited to see kind of where we take this. See what we're going to do with things as we settle ourselves down for some Terran versus Zerg action. Like we say, Bjorn and Rogue is best of 3 on the Monday Cup. So yeah, Command Center first has been very popular. That's just good eco in a world where eco is not great for you and the CC is cheaper. It is just so easy to do this, so it's just so much better than the other builds that are accessible to you. So it's kind of a given that this is one of the things you'll probably see a good amount of realistically. We are going to be seeing what Rogue's response is going to be. He's going to go 2-base lair, which is going to be fun. That's already a very interesting situation that we've got building up. So you go into a command first from Bjorn, and then Rogue's response is going to be he's not really responding to the CC first. He's just going into this fast lair. The fast lair has been very popular for fast mutas lately. That's been one of the big things we've been seeing. I would not be too surprised to see a little bit more of that as well over the course of, well, any TVZ that we see, but Rogue especially has been enjoying the muta play. I feel like we've seen it a few times him playing some games. It's been he's not been afraid to kind of dive on into the mutas and get involved in everything, you know. So I do think we'll continue to see some more muta play out of Rogue, and this is what I would expect this to be as well. Like I say, it's going to be nice on a cross spawn map as well because you're going to have a lot of space to work with on the mutas. So that, generally speaking, is going to be a pretty big positive. I'd imagine that's a pretty big plus as well here as we settle ourselves down, wait to see what exactly we are heading into. The couple of Hellions coming back around the other side as well. And we just got a third CC from Bjorn. He is going to go for a Banshee play also, so setting up into that Banshee at the same time here. Obviously the Spire is very good against the Banshee, because what the Spire lets you do is the Spire basically says, okay, I can just straight away kind of push back any sort of, Banshee play. However, the Banshee can still keep those mutas a bit distracted, and that alone oftentimes is going to be seen as a little bit of a victory as well. So that's something else we might end up seeing as this Banshee heads up around the top side, coming across for a couple of seconds. Couple of Marines already onto that Overseer, so it's going to fire a few shots. And the Banshee not going to do much. Like I say, the first mutas are coming up. Look at the cost of doing this, though, from the point of view of Rogue. You are already kind of putting yourself very behind in a lot of ways. The 1-1 upgrades are going to be very far ahead for the Terran player. Your work count is not bad, but it's obviously not as good as it maybe could be. Also, your queen count will be lower because you've been on 2 bases for longer, and you've also not been as quick to get, you've also been building a lair, so that's, queens that could not produce 2. So it's a lot of investment to get to the mutas this quickly, and that's fine because a lot of the time this can absolutely work out and still, work wonders for you essentially. But it is, like I said, a cost, and that's why you're typically expecting these mutas to have some amount of success. If you don't succeed with these mutas, this does not bode well for you, generally speaking, in the grand scheme of the game. So keeping that in mind as we settle down here, the mutas are going to head down toward the bottom right side. 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield all coming around and getting on the way. It's just coming across with that, and like I say, taking a few moments for a little bit. May as well obviously try and find whatever opening they can here, so that will be their job for the next few moments. Trying to see if there's any possibility, any openings. So far, Bjorn is moving well to kind of stop that from doing, stop too much from happening. Making sure that not too much becomes available here thus far. Like I say, keeping pretty good grasp on this in the very early stages. I think it's fair to say. He's trying to come around again. The few Hellions morph into Hellbats. The Marines settle down over here also. Just going to put themselves back into position to help with this. Again, good defense from Bjorn. You look at what's been lost in the game. One Banshee, a couple SCVs. The meters are giving you map control, but not giving you much more than map control, which, like I say, is kind of the problem. You kind of want to be finding more than that in these situations. So, yeah, not loving it necessarily on the side of our Zerg. Until now, we're going to find the engineering base in 2-2, but this is going to come at the cost of the units attacking on the other side of the map. And do we have enough to deal with this? No upgrades from Rogue, so this is purely a check if he has Banelings enough to deal with it. The Banelings actually get pretty good connections. Okay. We needed those connections, and this is the cost of Bjorn being so aggressive into this position. 10 SCVs versus 10 drones going down so fast. The economy losses are pretty similar across the board just for the moment. Medevac's going to try and go elsewhere, go up in toward the main base, and just keep the drops going. This will all get cleaned up, though, as we come out of it. Hard not to like it still for Bjorn, right? I mean, don't be wrong, Rogue, I think, did enough to kind of stay competitive here. I don't know if I love kind of where it's landed him in the grand scheme of things. 1-1 upgrade still coming through. Marines and the Medevacs continue to come up as well. Let's do find another couple of grabs here, which is also going to just be fantastic. Anytime you get a couple kills like this, you know, generally speaking, you're going to be pretty okay with where we are at. Well, definitely, you know, I like it for Bjorn because I kind of like where his upgrades were and stuff, but obviously he lost the 2-2. I still felt like Bjorn was fine because I felt like it was very scary from him initially, but honestly, now that I look at it a little further, take a few moments, I'm actually a little... I mean, it's a lot of meters to deal with. Bjorn, like I say, does not have the upgrade advantage, which you're typically going to have in these scenarios. So there goes one of the big advantages you typically expect to be able to utilize and play with and so on. So that feels like a problem too. Marines and the Thor continue to gather in, so we just take a few more seconds here to see what the next part of this plan is going to become. Wood of my shot is going to land. So connection there is good. Obviously with a Thor out, it makes it a lot more difficult for these mutas to be consistently aggressive and successful, so it's a big point of note as well as the command center coming back around. Having the army settling in the center of the map. Rogue going to come back down this right-hand side as well. See if there's more opportunity over the next couple moments. Right, guys, just double checking. Everyone was all sorted. We had a couple admin things, but it looks as though we're all clear on those. Rogue actually going to get a few Banes on the counterattack. If they can slip through, that would be fantastic. Let's see if they manage to. The Thor's going to get some damage. The Engineering Bay block is extremely effective, actually. Extremely effective. Wow. Alright, well, I mean, that's one way of doing it, guys. You engineer Bay block the Banelings out. We lose 7 SCVs in the end, but honestly, I kind of like watching Bjorn play the defense, as we will have the meters coming back over the meters, running across. The Lings are going to be there to knock onto a couple set of rocks here as well. The Mutalisks continue to just fly in and be overwhelming, and it forces Bjorn into this choice of, do I attack across the map, Or if I don't attack across the map, am I going to pull back home? And pulling back home obviously takes a while. This is the best case scenario for Bjorn, where he actually has a counter-attack on the other side of the map already. And by having a counter-attack on the other side of the map, it feels a lot worse for him pulling back with the main army, because he is successfully killing a base and doing damage here, while also getting somewhat ravaged by these Mutalisks. I mean, he is dealing with the Mut as well, and again, Bjorn's supply is looking good coming out of this. The supply is very good, in fairness, as well, out of Rogue. He is close to being maxed out, and his work account is fantastic, but I'm a little bit concerned long-term about keeping this up as the Banelings come crashing through, aiming for a few more SCVs. We've got 8 workers, but again, this damage is nice, but at the same time, let's make sure we can defend at home. That's always going to be the question. These Widow Mines do just about get burrowed up, but the majority of the Marines going down already. Bjorn still has a lot more supply than Rogue. The entire natural cleaned out as the Mutas come back around. Where do we go next? What is the next step of this here in this game? Because I think Bjorn wants to keep fighting. I think it makes sense for Bjorn to want to keep fighting, but is that really the best plan he's going to have? Ultras, adrenal glands, tightness plating coming about as well. So again, we bring a lot of that through for the moment. Marines and mines still together. Mass SCV repair on the missile turret just to, again, buy time. There's 2 turrets here, so they actually are doing decent damage, and over time they will work their way through this army as well. So that actually works very well, as you have the Widow Mine still setting up. Bjorn's supply does take a pretty heavy loss here, though, in comparison to before, so this might be a little bit more problematic than we initially seen. The Ultras coming out obviously helps as well. And Bjorn's economy is now not really in a position to do too much either. So that might be the problem towards the end of this, and it is going to be good enough for Rogue to take a 1-0 lead in this best of 3. So there you go, guys. Rogue is going to grab the opening series of the day. What's up, Captain Hair? Thank you so much for the 77-month resub. A banger to start the day. Hell yeah, it was. We also had a couple more sub-Psychons coming in with the 64-month resub on the Prime. Poglisk on the 1 year on the Prime. Thank you so much, everybody, for resubbing up. Am I also interested in Zero Space? Yes, I'm hoping I get some time this week to play it. My schedule last week was not great for like diving in like after a stream and stuff. This week I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit cleaner for that experience. So yeah, fingers crossed we get to play some this week. I think it looks cool. I think it looks a lot of fun. I'm excited to get in and play a bit. We're going to be casting some. Not this weekend, the weekend after. So a week on Sunday, so like basically 2 weeks yesterday, we're going to be doing some, we're actually going to be doing a Zero Space tournament. We're going to be doing the creator tournament that everyone's playing. If you watch any of the guys playing right now, you'll know that a bunch of them are playing in like the ladder race and whatever. We are going to be casting the final event of that basically. So you guys can come and join us for that. Like I say, not this weekend, but next Sunday, and we'll be casting that as well. So I definitely want to get some games in. Hey, look, I mean, we casted it a little while ago as well. I don't know if you remember. We casted it not so long ago. But it was also just a ton of fun. I honestly had so much fun casting it. It was just fun to cast something different, I think, is part of it. But it was just entertaining as well, you know, like genuinely enjoyable. So, yeah. You might see a bit of it on the stream this week, like I say. Would be my hope. Alright, we are settling into game 2. Bjorn in the bottom right and Rogue in the upper left as we get into our second map. Getting this on the way. I'm going to throw down the initial wall off with the barracks, actually, so that'll be interesting to see develop. T-Rex Reaper has not been a big thing if this is T-Rex Reaper. Like I say, I'm a little interested already as to what exactly that means or how maybe that goes. That's what's up, DJ Crispy. Thank you so much for the 31-month resub on the Prime as well. Hello, Deadly Donkey Kitten 2. Hello, hello. Hope everyone is doing great today. Thanks for joining us and hanging out a little, guys. Appreciate you all. Like I say, WardiTV Mondays 97 today, big one. So continue to work our way up towards the big 100. Yeah, working to that big 100. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. WardiTV Mondays have come so far. I remember when we started this and it really was like hey, let's fill the gap for a couple weeks while we figure out what ESL is gonna do. And then ESL never returned. And we're just like, you know? We're like, they never came back. ESL Open Cups went out to get cigarettes and they never returned, man. Pain. Pain and suffering. Tripper shows up. Surely back-to-back WardiTV Mondays for 99 100. What, we just do 99 then straight away, like, screw it, 100? That would be kind of weird. Kind of wild. Reaper's gonna hop around, so there's this multi-racks Reaper to start us off for a little bit, so we'll need to bring that around. And factory coming through as well for a little bit. Just gonna see that link speed is coming up to being completed. And yeah, extra drones all on the way through as well. So plenty of drones on the way. Command Center's coming up. Starport on the way over as well. Take a few moments to continue building into this one at the moment. And along we go. The factory swapping over, we are going to be seeing the starport onto the tech lab, so probably just some Banshee play. It would seem as the next step of this game. Since Overlord taking some damage, getting pushed over to the side. The Raven and the few Marines continue to come up as well. That's going to be our, not the Banshee. So the Raven is kind of the interesting part of this, I would say. We're so used to seeing it be Banshees in these scenarios. But yeah, actually going for a Raven is a little bit of a different approach for sure. So I'm intrigued. Always excited to see kind of something different. I mean, Ravens just are not that popular in the matchup, so yeah, it pretty much always is very interesting every time you get to choose to go into that rather than something else, basically. The Raven can still auto to harass. Obviously, Raven's also very good because it's going to be able to deny creep spread. That's genuinely a pretty hefty benefit in this situation as well, being able to deny the creep without having to scan all the time. So, reasons why you might want to build the Raven include those for sure. As those Marines just gather back up together. Stimpack about to finish. A couple of medevacs on the way through. The Marines coming around as well. Continue in with all of that. Again, Bailing Nest coming up. Polaris producing through. For a couple moments. Just try and find a little extra, but I think it's kind of time that they were done anyway, so not too crazy to see them being wrapped up a little bit. Marines the medevacs will come around. We've seen the Marines already looking to trade well and putting some initial pressure in quite decently. So again, doing a fine job there to start us off. Hydra Den is on its way up, so we are going to see Lingbane Hydra this time around. Obviously, Rogue played very differently here too. Didn't rush into the mutas or anything like we saw last time. So that was already also just a very different approach in those early stages. And Orion coming around, the few Marines still continuing over. Do you see the 1-1 upgrades coming up as well? So again, building a lot of that into place. The Drilling Claw is also a priority here apparently from Bjorn, which I kind of like. Interesting little addition. Wings are actually going to come running forward here and try and put some pressure onto this army. We force the medevacs to lift, so they are going to have to back away at least, and that is something that we're going to be pretty happy with too. So again, seeing success so far. Drop goes into the main base, so Bjorn continues to apply pressure over here, trying to find a little extra for himself over these next few moments, and obviously having a pretty okay time of it. The Marines going to finish off this Spore Crawl. That was putting some damage back onto the medevac as well. It's continuing to do better than expected, in all honesty. We're just going to be seeing those Banes still rolling up, the Hydra coming around also. A couple of moments. Two upgrades. Building on the engineering bays. Again, some missiles, plus 2 melee coming up. We've got that Hydra speed coming up as well. Again, the infestation pit is about to be done as our few Marines will gather. A few Banes, and the Hydra's going to come rolling over. Actually going to get a touch on those Marines, and Bjorn, realizing that isn't pretty for him, is going to lift up and play the getaway game. Once again, playing the defense. I mean, Bjorn's just trying to keep the pressure up, which is absolutely fine. Probably the right kind of direction to be taking things in general anyway here. And we just get ourselves into a position where if the RCVs go down, generally speaking, we're doing, like I say, a pretty good job of just keeping the pressure up and keeping things moving along nicely. Coming around one more time, just going to see a little extra from that. Marines now moving around the bottom as well, trying to see what else they can get up to, see if there's any other opportunities. The Lurkers and the Lings will move around once again. Once again, this Seismic Spine's up. Big change of pace in this game now. Getting to Lurkers in general is always going to be a pretty huge factor in terms of how these games look. And we're actually going to see Rogue actually being able to be aggressive with the Lurkers, which is maybe one of the main things here. Like, actually just being able to attack straight in with them is a pretty big deal. It's actually kind of going to be tough for Bjorn. Usually the thing about Lurkers is that they can't just attack easily because they have to push into position, and Lurkers do not push into position as well. But Bjorn apparently with not enough map control cannot stop this from happening, and Rogue just shows up and plops himself right where he needs to be. 3-4 SCVs going down. This base cannot mine. Bjorn has some minor pressure around the map, but I would not say it's a really big thing that's going on in comparison to elsewhere. Brings the medevac to pull back along for just a second. Those drones keep mining again. A couple of additional bits and bobs coming up. We survived then, I think. One of the main things to maybe mention. We survived for a little bit here, and that, I think, is a good thing. But this base is still not mining. Rogue is kind of on this fun expansion pattern now. Actually, kind of interesting that we're essentially seeing the expansion path of Bjorn take him towards that gold in the bottom left. I actually think that's very fun, so kind of like that. Bjorn is himself going to be moving around a little too. Just in the main base, that's one of the things we've been getting to, trying to give us a chance to effectively deal with the Terran moving out. And obviously, if you can, not that we've really had to, because we've been pretty powerful here overall. But generally speaking, you know, you do want those Knights to kind of punish the Terran who's not watching back at home and so on and so forth. Like I say, in this situation, it's just not really being necessary, but still nice to obviously throw it down, and obviously now as Bjorn is maybe going to take a little bit of control back, it's that third base back, having the Knights just threatening the main base constantly. It is just the fact that it's a threat, and it is a threat that is ongoing pretty much the entire time, which really makes it so much more of a struggle. That said, Rogue is just going to come blasting his way through here. No problem at all for him, he says. He just comes straight on in, and like I say, having a very good time starting out, as we just have the Nidus now did get up for just a few lurkers, but all it takes is a few. And once you've got a few lurkers in that base, it's going to be trouble. GG says Bjorn. Rogue blasts his way through into the quarterfinals today. And the team will be moving on to play very likely Classic, although Classic lost to Rex last week. We'll see if that actually ends up happening again today, as we'll be probably peering at that one soon. Rex and Classic about 9 minutes in game right now, guys. So we're kind of waiting on that as the current idea of things. How do you even beat Rogue? Right now his TVZ looks monstrous, doesn't it? He's been looking very good the last few days. Who was the last loss for Rogue? Probably like a Clem or something. Yes, just B Clem's a pretty good answer usually. Rogue match history. Lost to Solar. He did lose to Bjorn in the Summer Cup groups. That was a match where I almost feel as though, I don't want to say that Rogue wasn't trying, right? But like Rogue losing to Bjorn eliminated Hero, whereas letting Bjorn stay in the tournament probably benefits Rogue a little bit. Also lost to Cure though in the Kung Fu Cup the week before, and Clem in the Monday Cup last week. So he has lost quite a few. A lot of his losses are in ZVT actually. Post-patch, a lot of his losses are just in the ZVT, but I mean ZVT can be like that. Some games you look absolutely unstoppable. You're on this streak where it's just like, how do you ever stop the guy? But some, you know, if you don't get rolling, you know, the Terran can throw you off, then it can obviously be pretty rough for you as well, right? So, yeah. It kind of works both ways, in fairness. It kind of works both ways. Rogue and Solar both through into the quarterfinals today. Shin has a good chance of joining them. I didn't realize Shin was in the same section as Solar. I mean, it's pretty much a guaranteed ZVZ in the round of 4. Not ZVZ in the round of 4. It was guaranteed Zerg in the round of 4. Oh, that's kind of sad. I didn't realize. I would have shuffled it a bit better if I'd seen that. I was trying so hard to not get Soul and Rogue to play each other because they kept ended up in the same section. When I was shuffling the bracket, I didn't even notice that Shin would potentially be a round of 8 for those guys. So Whoops. Kaiser Soze, thank you so much for the 8-month resub. Hey, Wardy, how you doing? I'm good. Yeah, I'm doing good. Just chilling, casting some games. Had a bit of a stressful start, but we are underway now, so that's all good. Also, Booyah for all on the 42-month resub as well. More money for the Ali Treat Fund. She's being loud this morning, so she's she's not my friend right now. I've been running up and down the stairs trying to get her to stop barking, while also trying to fix some issues on the 24/7 stream and stuff, and so on and so forth. So it's been a thing. It has been a thing. Do I plan on having children? No. How the heck are you meant to fit children in between all this StarCraft we have to save, you know? It just doesn't seem possible. Boom, boom, boom. I'll run some ads, guys. It was a bit of a faster game, but we'll run them and hopefully get rolling in a second or two. I'm hoping. Just waiting for Rex and Classic to be done. Rex is playing, but it's from his point of view, which is not great to kind of put up on stream, right? So not kind of in a rush to necessarily jump onto that. Shin's opponent is not coming. Well, let me figure that out. Kind of weird because they played the previous round. MaxPax lost a map in Nicorette, but does make it through into the quarterfinals as well. So we've got 4 quarterfinalists, just no 2 in the same section. The classic. The tournament classic. We've got a bunch of people ready to play the next round, but no 2 players are ready to play each other. It's a typical one. Alright, Shin and Solo against. I think we definitely want to wait for Rogue Classic, though, no? I look pissed. I'm just adminning, man. I'm just trying to figure out where someone is. So gosh damn annoyed. Wait, did I miss Classic Rex going into another game? God damn it. Yeah, no, I'm just multitasking, guys. Don't mind my face. Don't mind my face. So Shin and Solo are going to play ZVZ. I just don't want to jump into the ZVZ. It seems like a massive waste. But maybe we just should. Maybe we should just send it. I don't know. What do you guys think? You guys want to wait for... I think Classic Rex is 1-1. So the problem is if we wait on Classic Rex and Rex wins, then we actually end up in the ZVZ anyway. Huh. I think we wait just in case it's Classic versus Rogue. I think that's the best choice, personally speaking. I think that is our best route to good StarCraft here. Like I say, people don't like the mirrors, so try and avoid them. What's up, Twin Head Dragoon? Hello, hello. How's it going? Yeah, I've also been trying to figure out how to do something on my bot as well, but I can't quite get it to work either, so... How's the weather in the UK? I mean, I'm in the north. It never really gets hot here, but like, it's alright. Like, it's been warmish. Like, if the sun's out, you can go out in a t-shirt. If the sun's in, wear a hoodie still. It's kind of been like that. It's been very whatever. It's not very... Yeah, as usual, the weather in the UK is very just, it doesn't really matter, you know? So yeah, it's not really been super noteworthy of anything, I would say. As boring as that may seem, it's kind of just how it is. Kind of just how it is. Like I say, we'll wait for this Rex game to finish up. Just unlucky that Rex and Classic started another game, and apparently nobody noticed as well. That's my favorite part. Nobody actually noticed to actually do something about that. Nobody joined. Whoops. Yeah, like just nobody realized that the next game was starting up in this series. Crazy. You're in the northeast like me, and it's been 30 plus. I mean, when was it 30 plus? Like a month ago? It was 30 plus for like a day. It has not been above 22 since... Okay. Okay. At the start of July, it was 29. Look at the historical data, guys. It was 29 for a day, hit 30 for 1 day in June, 2 days in June. It's mostly like 20 now. I mean... There's like 2 days of 30. I mean, there was a period where it was warm, but this was also like... It's July 27th. It was like 3 weeks ago. The last 2 weeks, it's been hoodie weather. It's been like 20-ish. Hey, what's up, Perts and Igili? Thank you so much for the 913 sub on the Prime. Yeah, obviously, we had like the heat wave, right? But like, yeah, like... If someone asked me how it's been, like... Anything more how it's been today. Oh, we should have gone Percival Nightmare. God, I'm dumb. Okay, we are hard believing in Classic right now. Hard believing in Classic, guys. To help us out here. hard belief in Classic to give us a good match coming up next. My apologies, I probably should have been in this previous one. I just... yeah. Got caught up. Yeah, that's my bad. I just wasn't watching the chat. I was looking at temperatures. Again, better with the name, Petsaniki. I mean, the problem is it's like 1 month's just too long. Like every single, like if you subscribed every week, I'd be like, surely I would remember how I did it last time or something, or like learn. I feel like after a month, I'm just like, oh, it's this name again. I'm just like, it's like, what did we learn last time? I don't know. No clan this week. No clan this week, guys. Around here, there's microclimates. Yeah, I mean, I also live very close to the sea, but like, I mean, most of the places here are getting close to the sea too. So, I mean, to be fair, I mean, it does change quite a lot, quite dramatically. Like, Helen's dad lives like a 20-minute drive away or something, right? Like, pretty close. And the weather there can be vastly different the weather that we get, you know? So, what I don't use warp gate anymore, you just swarm the Terran, it's awesome. Nice. Yeah, the gateway changes have been kind of fun. They've been kind of fun. Man, why do Camo and Perceive play the most epic best of 3 ever every single week in this tournament? I'm gonna stop seeding these guys against each other. Like every single week they play this super epic best of 3 matchup. It's actually ridiculous. Like it's actually ridiculous how often these guys somehow end up locked into some crazy series against one another. I swear down. They're battling a first round epic and then like whoever wins is going to play hero, and if they somehow upset hero, they're going to play MaxPax. Like, you know, it's like and they're playing like a 1 hour best of 3 every time they play. It's incredible. Actually crazy. Actually crazy. Yeah, sorry guys, a little bit of downtime. Just waiting for people. I hope everyone is again doing well. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate the patience as we just take a little bit of time, like I say, just waiting for Rex and Classic to come out of game. It's quite literally what we're going for. I mean, it's just, it's the Wardy effect, honestly. It's the Wardy effect. It's my bad. I made the mistake of choosing a series that you have to wait to begin. Yeah, that's my bad. I should have just, we should have just taken one of the other games. Should have just cast the ZVZ, guys. We should have just casted the ZVZ. I'm gonna have to open Rex's stream and see what he's doing. So yeah, we're waiting on Rex, guys. That currently looks a little bit like this. I mean, I didn't really want to put his point of view up originally, but like, he's currently playing Classic. I presume it's 1-1 because they've been going on so long. So I kind of presume it's 1-1, but I mean, even that's not like an actual guarantee. Oh, there we go. Rex just GG's, so I love it. I put it on stream. I'm like, this is what we're waiting on, guys. Bam, the game ends. Cool. Alright. Come back over. And we will go Classic versus Rogue, I presume. Because I presume Classic is done. Classic's just checking the replay as well, though. He's also just trying to make sure he sees what's up and what's happening. Yay. Nice. So should have a result there. Rogue will play the winner, which should be Classic, unless that somehow wasn't the final game of that series. That'd be kind of crazy, but sure. Cool. And then we'll go into some round of 8 action. And then it should be semi-final time. Cool. Alrighty, guys. It's gonna be Classic versus Rogue. Classic did drop a map directs, though, so it did happen. Alrighty. You don't win games anymore, you just build CCs. Same, man. I haven't played the game. I just imagine there's gonna be lots of command centers, and that does me for StarCraft, you know? I'm just like, cool. I just imagined 20 command centers, and I got my I got the same experience. Got him, guys. Got him. We got him. Alright, we will real talk be getting going here soon. Appreciate your patience. I appreciate it's been taking us forever and a day to actually cast something here, but sometimes it's just like that. Not that I wanted it to be. I want us to go. I would like us very much to go. But it should be a few moments. Classic versus Rogue, quarterfinal match. And then we'll just continue from there into the semis, and it's WardiTV Mondays 97. Hell yeah. Cool. As soon as Classic and Rogue are ready to go, I can send this guy. Sorry, it just did not line up well today, did it? It just did not line up well today. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, Rero, how's it going? Thanks so much for the 55-month resub on the Prime as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing up. Thank you. Alright, Classic and Rogue, ready to go. Again, thanks for your patience, guys. Appreciate it. Get ready to begin. Do, 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 do. Everyone's in this lobby. Perfect. That's what we like to see. Alright, let's go. Let's cast some PVZ. In the top right hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is going to be a rogue. Up against the red Protoss. In the bottom left hand corner, this is classic. Alright, BlackRock to start this series off, and away we go. Finally back into it. Again, appreciate the patience for us, guys. Thank you very much indeed. Glad to be back here and bring you guys some games as we kick into action. Get this all started. Overlord just taking a slow little wander around hatchery. Gonna go down onto the naturals, just gonna get that started up, bring that into play just initially, and get that going. Having ourselves the hatch and a couple of drones coming through as well, so bringing that all up right now. Third Nexus for 4.5 minutes. How much do you want to bet? How much do I want to bet Hero plays standard? I mean, 4.5 is speedy-ish, I guess, still in the current meta. Is speedy-ish. As the drone and probe will have a little bit of something to say to one another. Ha! Attack, attack, rah! Attack, attack the other way. A little bit of feistiness on that one. Again, pool is about to be done. Just going to have that Cyber Core finishing up very shortly. The Nexus coming in a couple of seconds. We've seen the Stargate will come over here, so it's Stargate coming through. Probes, a couple of lings, sorry, actually going to chase that probe. Take a moment and just fight there. For, like I say, a couple of seconds. Just going to get that on the go, trying to be a little bit of an annoyance. A little bit of feistiness taking place, as you just see. The probes will continue to mine those, so nothing really too extreme from them at the moment either. Do you have a Dev going to try and threaten in for a few moments, but nothing really going to happen on that part, so pretty reasonable. Seeing our Lings once more going to try and show up for a little bit of damage, but again, there's not really much to be done at the moment. They check around, they scout to see what's up. You got a little bit of info, but nothing super crazy or anything of the sorts in that regard. A couple oracles going to gather around. Just going to be seeing the Nexus still building up. A couple probes in the gateway continuing through as well, so bringing a lot of that up into play just for now. Just having those Lings heading down to the bottom. Going to aim at that Nexus then and try and put some work in to knock this away in the next few moments. So again, getting done whatever we can do. The Lings will try and keep the pressure up. That third base going to finish very shortly here. It was before 4:30, by the way. Good math. We figured out the meta. Yeah. Fast third is the thing is, it's just like if you enable players to build fast thirds, they're gonna build fast third bases, right? Like it's how StarCraft 2 works. I think. Oh, we're gonna start talking about the patch. I was just gonna say, I feel like the crazy thing is like people are so adverse to the fast 3 bases. I was wonder, like, a lot of people are like, man, we need one base all-ins. But if everyone is just, people complain, everyone just expands straight away, everyone plays 2 bases, then surely a 2 base all-in is the equivalent of a 1 base all-in. You know? Like, it's like this weird thing where it's like, you just the numbers have to, like, you know, the numbers of what we had in the past just have to work for people. It's very interesting. It is very interesting. As we hang around for a couple seconds, we're just going to be having ourselves the things gather up. Just going to be seeing that storm in the way. I mean, everyone is just allowed to kind of do their thing here. Nothing really too wild happening. At this current point in time, the Oracles get through for a few drones. We're going to see the Spire actually is maybe one of the more interesting things here actually on the side of Rogue. Yeah, I actually kind of find that interesting. Just because he's gonna, you know, actually go into those meters. Uh-oh, Storm not ready, gonna force an Archon. The Lings will surround that. They might actually get the kill on the Archon anyway. It is gonna go down. Nice little run by from Rogue. Gonna see some success. Classic. A couple more High Templar just set up in the natural as the Oracles activate. A few of those Zerglings begin to go down. Oracle's taking damage once more. Storm, Blink, plus one coming up. The Spire on the way through. The +2 melee upgrade. The Zal's going to go charge forward, jumping in toward the Lings here as well. Going to be seeing the push forward from Classic. Just going to send it. To be fair, Rogue does not have a lot of defense going right now, so it's actually going to be pretty successful for Classic just kind of moving in. And is that just going to get the job done? It looks like that might just get the job done, which is a little surprising how easily it kind of came about in the end, I guess. Rogue just does not have what he needs right here, and that is going to pretty much doom the man. It wasn't even all that exciting. This Classic just attacks, Rogue dies. There you go. Well, that was certainly an experience. This Classic is just going to take it. I mean, not really much to say at the end of that one, guys. It was just kind of a done deal. This game was wrapped up. Let me jump over to... I have an admin thing I've got to try and sort, guys. Give me a sec. This is the sword. Cool, cool, cool. As usual, the WardiTV channel bug on Korea claims another victim. Alright. I'm just gonna close my StarCraft on here. I don't think anything's coming of it. Oh my god, what are you doing, PC? Stop it. Classic win without void rays? Crazy. I have not seen this since 12 workers used to be a thing back in my day. Back in my day. We used to start this game with 12 workers and people had to think on their feet rather than having minutes upon minutes to figure out what build order they were going to execute. Alright, top right hand side. Rogue is going to be down a map. This thing has just fell apart from him. He had that one run by which I was like really hopeful about, and then after that one run by it was like, okay, that was great and all, but that was also just about everything that we have to share. Like that really was just it, you know, like cool, see you later. GG. Kind of brutal. Kind of brutal. Classic looking to eliminate a Zerg. How come all the other tournaments get to have Zerg winners, but not the WardiTV Monday, guys? That is my question. All these other weekly cups, you get Zergs winning, you get really cool finalists, and the WardiTV Mondays, I feel like we definitely have the most consistent players every time in the WardiTV Mondays. The thing is, it's not like these guys are any different than the other guys. It's not like it's a different set of players to who's playing in the other tournaments, though. It's just for some reason they're even more consistent in the WardiTV Monday. I really don't know what it is about our tournament that brings the consistency out from the best of the best guys, but it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a factor. Gonna see the Proby. We'll come around a few moments. Just gonna throw the gateway down, following the Nexus. Get that set up. As we resettle here. And that's game number 2. So just seeing where we go. See if Rogue can pull this back a little bit. Never really got off the ground last time. It's because the WardiTV Mondays is the coolest. Thank you, Risky, for the 79-month resub. I do get cool stuff. I'm not saying I don't get cool stuff. I'm just saying, like, we have... I feel like we have the most the top guys are most consistent in the WardiTV Mondays. But it'd be cool to see, like the Kung Fu Cup last week, the top 4 in the finalists were, like, very interesting and exciting because, like, anyone could have won, and, like, you know, it's all these guys that hadn't won and stuff. Like, that'd just be exciting, like, one time, you know? Alright, we got ourselves the When you're coming down, throwing down a creep tumor. Yeah, what's up, Snack Tray? Thank you for the fresh new Prime sub as well. We had another... I'm saying this a lot lately. We had another sub drop-off, guys, so if you are enjoying the stream and you want to help us out, do consider subscribing. We've been trying to get above 500 subs. It's crazy. We used to hover around 700 so comfortably, and now we can't even stay above 500 for more than 2 hours. So if you do enjoy the stream, do consider supporting it. It goes a super long way. It allows us to keep running more StarCraft 2 content. Subscribe today, use your Prime subs, you can sub regularly, you can obviously gift a few if you're feeling generous as well. All that helps towards us putting on even more StarCraft 2 content in the future and allowing you guys to continue watching your favorite players play StarCraft here on WardiTV. Times is tough, times are tough. If you are a StarCraft fan, there has never been a better time to step up and support if you are able to, because yeah, it is a pretty dismal time in the StarCraft world, unfortunately. You see the Adept. That's going to be gathering about there, putting some pressure on. Not really achieving very much. Again, just going to see that Oracle Chrono Boost in about. Wolfgate coming over. We've seen the Twilight Counts on Forge both on the way, so again, bring those up along with everything and getting that all moving along. Hi, Ellie. He's trying to give me licks. No, Ellie, I can't play. I'm working. You know this. Have I ever been sat here talking and you've showed up and I've been able to be like, yeah, I know, I didn't get to have my dinner because you were being naughty. And so you didn't get to share it. That's on you. Yeah, I know what she wants. She's upset because on Mondays, I have a Greg's for my dinner, and usually she gets to share it. But I've not gotten to eat it because I was running up and down the stairs trying to get her to stop barking while trying to make things work. And now she's upset that she's not being able to share the Greg's. Yeah, look, I'm telling you, it's your fault. This one's on you. Oh, she's not impressed at all. Drones, Overlord, Carapace coming about. Going to take a few moments as we continue around. Then we do have ourselves the Charge and the +1 both coming into play. The Carapace upgrade coming online as well here currently. Bringing a lot of that into play at the moment and seeing where we can go with things the next little while. Fuelings is going to gather again, moving around for a few moments, trying to see what is up. And we do have a couple of Adepts going to shade. The Zealot's going to get pushed back, so Classic will not see much success here. Rogue able to turn Classic around for the moment. Is Rogue expecting a Zealot push with the Carapace upgrade? Honestly, Carapace is interesting. I would imagine, like, Zealots... Like, Carapace is not usually good against Zealots because Carapace obviously requires you to be getting hit. And obviously, Zealots are likely to do the least amount of hitting. So I'd say the Carapace is A, it's cheaper now. It also is probably just a fact that he's going to play a little bit of Ling and a little bit of Roach. So the Carapace affects his Lings and his Roaches. So I'd say it's more kind of based on what he is doing more than, you know, things in other... You know, I'd say it's more about what Rogue is wanting to do and the units that he's using more than anything else, you know. So yeah, Feeling's going to go, that ramp's going to get blocked off and get turned the other way. Yo, thank you so much, Duranth X1138 on the 8. I believe that's $8 Australian dollars. It's not much, but I definitely owe you from the amount of enjoyment you provided. Thank you so much for the super chat. It's not every day we see a YouTube super chat, YouTube donation. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And it does not matter how much it is. Any support is support, and it goes a long way towards us being able to keep cranking out the StarCraft. So yeah, thank you very much. Like I say, it is absolutely appreciated. Thank you so much. Never feel like your support is not a lot. Everything really does help us a lot of the time. Goes a long way. Goes a long, long way. Well, we have the few moments of calm right now as we just have the +1 missiles and the +2 Carapace coming up, and more importantly, the Muta is about to strike. We have got a Phoenix producing on the way from Classic at the moment, so there's a Phoenix on the way. We've already got a couple out. We're going to deep power one pylon towards the start. I mean, there's 2 more pylons powering it, I believe, so I don't think we're even close to actually stopping this from being a thing. So yeah, I don't think that's going to be a factor in the slightest, as we just have the Mutas will come back around, trying to see where else they can get to, see if there's anything else they got going on. And the Mutas will take a few more shots, a bit more damage being done here still at this current point. I'm just going to be seeing the Mutas just going to get chased though. And unfortunately, the Mutas will not see too much success at the end of the day. Well, it gets cleaned up, and he is going to get a lot of ground units going. We'll see if that's going to be plentiful enough to actually make a bit of a difference here. And we'll see exactly how this goes in the next few moments. Stalkers, High Templars coming around. Lots of Bane gathering up. That Bane speed coming on up and online in the next few moments as well. +1 missiles and +2 carapace, both about to finish. Thank you, dude. 215p, as always, with a 37-month resub. Storm's coming in preemptively. These Banes kind of get past the Storms. Gonna run through another Storm here. Now Bane's on the other side. High Templar get crashed into, so we just had to drop all the Storms. Rogue with a collapse and attack. Now he does lose the bottom right base. Does he have enough to swarm onto this army to follow up with? I mean, get rid of the Archon and it's just Stalkers and a few Zealots, but that's obviously not a bad army either at the end of the day. Just trying to trade and move back through for a couple of seconds. Stalkers are going to reposition back to the center here, so we take a couple of moments, we reposition ourselves, getting set up. You can see the +2 missiles and the melee upgrade both continue to come around, so again, having a little bit of that coming up already. Stalker's going to blink forward, Roaches. Rogue's actually going to get stormed as well. Rogue still has a lot of stuff though, and obviously one of the main things he did was get rid of a lot of the units from his opponent, and that reset is going to be a big part of the reason why he may see success on this attack right now. Continue to go for this. The few Banes trying to crash through. Even just hitting the mineral line would be nice. A few of the probes taking damage. Big hits. Into the mineral line. Actually goes after the Stalkers after. Classic supply now down at 106. It looks like it's good for Rogue to tie the series up 1-1 in this best of 3. We got ready to go again. We're going to build up one more time. I mean, Classic has good supply, but he doesn't have good tech, I would say, is the issue at the moment. He does not really have the tech at all to kind of help him along the way currently. Now he's going to take a second, just going to knock through these rocks. Barely blocks himself up. He's actually going to take a second to re-handle that. That was an entertaining moment, wasn't it? Just made his life difficult momentarily, for sure. It's going to be seeing the Ling Roach Ravager, the Banes coming across. The Stalkers, the Zealots, and High Templars gathered back around also. Ultra Cavern coming through, Banes coming up as well. Big Storm comes down, the Ling Roach Ravager, Banes is going to be coming across. Big surrounds onto this army. I mean, again, it's a question of, I think, honestly, just the amount of tech Classic has. I don't think he has the tech he needs to deal with this, even though his supply was okay, and now he's going to lose the entire mineral line. I even like this, he's not using the Banes on the probes because he knows, I think, that he... Okay, now he turns back and uses them. I thought he was being smart, he was just going to say, I'm going to kill the probes anyway. But maybe speeding it up so you can get home and defend and then go for another round is also not a bad idea. I think we can gather this up. The Zealots coming around. High Templars coming up. Ling Ravager coming over. Just going to see the Lings splitting. A couple Stalkers are going to get caught. Bane coming across, Ravager's coming over, Lings just going to get there as well. A couple more Corrosive Battles still coming down. Just going to see the Roach Ravager's going to be there, as you have the couple pylons going to get knocked. A couple of Lings, and onto those pylons also. Queen still hitting that Prism, taking shots. To take a few more moments here still. Just going to be seeing the Link still trying to fight. The Stalker's going to get after those Zerglings for a couple more moments. Just having the +3 melee and carapace on the way. I mean, this one is done. This one is as done as that last game was when I kind of didn't have much else to say about it. We'll get this wrapped up in a few moments, as you can see. A couple ultras still coming around. Again, the +3 melee upgrade, the +3 carapace upgrade, both coming through. The Ling Ravager Ultra Force. Can step back over as well. The Storm comes down, the Ravagers and Banes gonna roll through. We're going to a game 3 of this quarterfinal matchup. Rogue and Classic going the distance. Our full quarterfinals are set up, by the way. Hero MaxPax in the round of 8 on the top side. Classic Rogue is the matchup that will play the winner of Hero MaxPax, Percival Nightmare, in our third quarterfinal matchup, and SHIN versus Solar in our fourth. So it's going to be actually bottom side of the bracket's going to be kind of fun, right? We're going to have, I didn't realize Hero MaxPax and Classic are all in the same half of the bracket. So you're going to get one of Percival Nightmare, SHIN, and Solar in the finals. It's actually kind of exciting. All right, we'll have game 3 coming up here in a few moments, guys. StarCraft continuing. Appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you for being with us as we work our way through the games. Again, thank you for the support so far as well. The super chat. We had quite a few subs today. Like I say, we're battling the sub monster. It keeps eating our subs. Oh my god, I'm getting death stares from Ellie. She is staring me down like, why the heck have we not had our dinner? Baby, I want to eat it too, but I don't have a chance. Oh, she is mad. Is up right hand side, our blue Zerg is going to be a Rogue. Taking on the red Protoss in the bottom left, Classic. Yo, Kaloth, on the 5 gifted subs heading into this quarterfinal. Thank you so much for the 5 gifters. Going out to P9NF, KVG, Aeon Lemurs, Relax Decaf, and Tunneling Beak. Did I change the time the Monday is played? Nope. Apart from the fact it was on Tuesday for a couple weeks. Mondays always starts at this time. Now, it does, obviously, if you're in a time zone that doesn't change with daylight savings, then you might find it starting an hour later or earlier throughout the year, but if you're in a daylight savings time that changes, then it always starts at 1 p.m. European time, pretty much. The only time that changes, like I say, like right now it starts at 8 p.m. Korea, and then later in the year it starts at like 9 p.m. in Korea, for example. Yeah, the start time's pretty much always been the same. For WardiTV Mondays, at least. WardiTV events at the very least. Patrick comes into position. Let's get the Inu cam on. So you have a probe that's wandering around for a little bit. Cyber code just coming into place. Obviously going to take a couple seconds before we can see what else is going on. Probe still moving around against Stargate. The Nexus coming up. We've got the Probe and the Adept continue to come through at the moment as well. correct with the S in the chat. Yeah, thank you again, Carl, for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. Like I say, we are fighting that sub fight. We'll get there. To be fair, we didn't stream for a couple of weeks in July as well, so it's a little bit different to the expectation we usually have, as we do have ourselves. The depth is going to shade through. A couple of lings are coming across also for a few moments. We have our hatch and drones. The queens continue to about. Oracle and the warp gate coming over as well. Oracle just comes over. A little bit more movement for now. I'm going to take a little bit, try and see what else is taking place. Full Oracle's moving along. I think the Oracle's actually going to activate through and find themselves a couple of shots. It's not being super deadly for Rogue though. 2 drones lost. Oh, going to kill an Oracle, which is nice. That's going to take away some of the feature pressure that Classic could have provided. Maybe 3 drones going down in total, but I think you probably would have preferred to have had the other Oracle up, to be honest. Four drones dead in the water. The melee upgrade coming through as well. We're gonna have the Temple Archives, the extra gates and so coming through, and see what our next step of this is gonna be. Have I ever eaten Vegemite? I've never eaten Vegemite. I don't even know what that is. Actually, I probably do know what it is. Let me just... I do know what Vegemite is. It's not like... I guess I know it's not Marmite, but it's like Marmite-esque. I've never had it. It's not my kind of thing. But, yeah. I what? Unfollowed? What? Don't blame me. There's a very apparent UK issue, I reckon. That would be my my guess as to what happens here. Gonna be seeing the Storm, the +1 attack upgrade both coming through for a few moments. We get that on the go. Gonna be seeing the Oracle still lingering over to the sides. Lings still out in the center. Storm coming up. Zealots and the High Templars on the way through also. Got those High Templars, those Zealots continue to move around, so it's going to reposition a little bit further. +2 attack upgrade. Probes in the gate continue to come about. And that band speed coming up, Overlord speed is coming through, the +1 missiles coming over, the battery will finish. Just have ourselves the ground arm continue to set up. Why are we following this battery? Meanwhile, the Archons out on the map get cleaned up. That's a disaster for Classic. 3 Archons, 2 Oracles lost in this game. He's killed a fair amount of Lings. He's also lost heavily in Rogue's favor, though. Efficiency early is great, and now he's going to bring the Drop Lord, Hydra Ling Bane. And Classic's investing into a Mothership kind of setup. I mean, he's kind of Fleet Beacon. Is that for a Mothership? Probably. I don't think that's going to pop out in time to help you here at all, though. Drop a load, loads up the Banes. Ling Bane Hydra coming over. And the Oracle gathers. Just going to see everything join up here. Mothership, the +2 attack coming over. The Ling Bane is continuing to come across. A couple overloads. Again, Mystical Augments all coming over for now. Just going to have the Banes ready to hit this mineral line. So it's the Drop-a-Lord Banes. We don't actually drop them, but now this Overlord is super low. Oh no, the High Templar in the middle are all going to go down. The Storms are late. The Ling Bane is going to get through low HP, which is fine, because it means it will just be able to crash on in still. A few Banes hit this mineral line. 17 probes dead. Classic in trouble. Hydra's across multiple different mineral lines having a great time too. The only thing I would say is that obviously we kind of split ourselves up, whereas I wonder if Rogue just keeps everything together if this is winnable still. I mean, those High Templar going down is obviously very damning, though. So let's come across again. A couple Overseers finishing overhead. Ling Bane Hydra coming over. Archon settling the Mothership, hanging around there as well. And that Mothership coming back over. Just comes over that side. Ling Bane Hydra still coming through. A couple of Banes. Just going to be there. The +2 missile attack will finish very shortly. And Ling Bane Hydra is going to set up. The Overseers are going to be here. We push down towards the bottom. Mothership coming across. Again, a few more Zealots. Okay, Temples coming by. A couple of Storms coming through. Good Time Warp goes down. Bunchins have to step away from that those couple of Storms, which buys you some time as Classic. He is not dead yet. The right-hand side is a bunch of Lings that are getting held up by Zealots. If he could just get a bit more damage on this Nexus and finish it off, then Classic would be in so much trouble, because rebuilding off of the 2 bases would be nigh on impossible. Right now, he just has enough economy to keep him alive in this game. Ling's going to be hitting these Zealots. So just going to wrap around for a few moments. Again, another ship will be there. A couple of High Templars and the Archons will be morphing in. The Spire finishing up soon after Zealots coming over. And it's going to be seeing the Hydras and the Lings continue to gather up. +2 melee building also. Again, the +3 attack upgrade coming through. A lot of units from Rogue spreading around the center. And he's going to find this Nexus bottom side. Obviously, Rogue would love to keep Hero on only, Classic on only the 3 bases. As the Mothership cloaking is good to make sure this base stays alive for now, though. I get worried for Rogue that he's maybe started to kind of throw himself a bit too heavily into this without... I mean, he is future-proofing a little bit. He's got the Corruptors coming up for the, the Mothership. But this is very similar army supplies at the moment. And then again, if that 4th base comes up, that is such a big deal. Ling's Hydra's just going to get those rocks, open this space. We step back on the creep, and we're just going to give it some space. We got a lot of units swinging down the right side. There's been a few moments where one... Oh, High Templars do get crashed into by those Banelings. What a cute few Banelings from Rogue. That was some awesome movement from him. That was purely just his movement. He's not moving now with these Hydras. Needs to keep going. I wouldn't hate the Banes just automatically running to the upper left-hand side and just trying to hit the mineral line over there. They're going to get some of the Zealots that show up in response. We don't actually get that Nexus, by the way, although we are threatening with other units. Hydra will gather up. Corrupt's going through. +1 flyer attack is on its way. +3 attack is coming through from Classic. And he is going to have a 4th base. Man, this 4th, this 3rd, they're both such low HP. Oh, the Banelings here going to get a lot of the pros. I was going to say, they might even do enough damage to the Nexus to kill it off, so the 3rd will go down. And now you don't even have the probes left over there as well. So Rogue finds the weakness. As soon as Classic has to defend an extra base, he finds a way in to finish that base from earlier. I'm pretty sure Classic is committing to essentially an all-in right now because he's not rebuilding the Nexus, and I get the feeling that he doesn't really have much choice other than to try and win this game going across the map. What that should mean, though, is that from Rogue's point of view, he doesn't necessarily need to fight super straight up, but this was actually just great. What a fight from Rogue. The Banes got underneath. The Archons actually just disappeared for once. Wow, what a cleanup. Rogue 2-1 into the semi-finals here today, where he will be playing some more PvZ. I think it will be against either Hero or MaxPax. We'll be checking in on that in a little bit. As for now, we can go Percival versus SHIN, which will be our first semi-final. So Percival versus SHIN, semi-final number 1. SHIN 2-1 against Zola, Percival 2-0 against Nightmare. So it's going to be a TVZ semi-final and then a ZVP semi-final with Hero and MaxPax currently playing to determine whether it is going to be which one of those guys is going to be playing against Rogue in the other semi. Okay, I'm asking for like an exciting setup of semi-finals, and I actually get it. So complaining works, guys. Complaining works. Alright, we will get into Percival versus SHIN then, guys. Get this one ready to rumble. What league am I in? I'm like high diamond or something. I don't play enough for it to be accurate. I went up like, when I played at Home Story Cup, I went up like 600 or 700 MMR. So I don't think my MMR is really very accurate at all. That's funny. Classic is logged straight out, and he's logged straight into Brute. He's logged straight into Brute War. Yeah. I feel like that's how a bunch of pros players are feeling right now. Hero defeats MaxPax, by the way, so it'll be Hero Rogue in the other semi-final. I'm a Smurf. Yeah, people actually do flame me for smurfing, but it's like, it's just my MMR, man. Like, I can't help it. It feels like I'm smurfing sometimes, some of the people I play against. Sometimes I play against people and I'm just like... Yeah, it's like I can feel that you can... I killed a lot of people with my first couple of Reapers. A lot of the games. But then the same MMR people also killed me with their cheese. I mean, not that I was cheesing, just, yeah. BlackRock going to be coming up to start off this DVZ between Percival and SHIN. Percival's had a good record against SHIN lately, so this should be intriguing as we get ready to go. Countdown is on. And let's dive into Percival versus SHIN and get this started up. Alright, away we go. And let's kick into action in the bottom left-hand side with the blue Terran player semi-finals of this WardiTV Monday. It is going to be bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player, Percival. He's been in the semi-finals of a lot of events lately, so very cool to see him once again making it to the semis. He's going to go up against SHIN, who has not been in the finals of a WardiTV Monday super often, although he is one of the players that has won a WardiTV Monday way back when. SHIN's last finals appearance. Well, he's not been in the finals this year. His last finals appearance was back in July of 2025. He was back-to-back Monday finalist, lost to Hero and Classic in Mondays 42 and 43. Before that, it was Monday Cup 7, and before that, it was the one he won, Monday Cup number 2. So it's been a long time for SHIN. A long, long time for SHIN. Since he got to finals. Percival was in a final more recently than SHIN even, because Percival was in the finals of Monday Cup 60, which he lost to Hero. And also Monday Cup 82, which he also lost to Hero. He's actually lost to Hero twice in the finals, and that might be true again today if he made it there. Hero obviously plays Rogue in the other semis, so we don't know who that, or what that's going to look like just yet, but it is a possibility. Alright, so, get this on the way. Are Void Rays OP? I don't know if Void Rays are OP, guys. I think Void Rays are just popular right now because a lot of other Protoss is not doing so great. Alright, we're minding away. Who am I on the camera of? Rex. He's gone into his cam. As he'll look at an Overlord instead. Is Command Center first. I love that, it is kind of comical, by the way, that... it is kind of comical that we did all of this, slowing the game down business. Only till now the meta for Terrans be to go Command Center first into 3rd CC, and basically have the same economy as a 12-worker start. It's actually kind of insane. On the plus side, right? It means that the game's not as slow as I was whining on that it was going to be, which was my concern for a lot of the initial 8-worker stuff. And it's kind of funny. I wonder how long until we get another update, though. I wonder if it's going to be, like, legitimately, like, a month now, or if we're going to get another, like... In theory, we're due this week with the rate that they were going at. In theory, they were due this week. Link speed is about to be done. This game will get interesting, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's very passive, obviously, because Percival's gone triple CC, double engineering base. He's playing Mega Greed to start this off. Plain and simple. Mobile command over here will finish up. That's Stimpak coming through. A few Marines popping out. The Evolution Chamber from SHIN is on the way as well. Things move about again. One upgrade. Stimpak coming by. That all settled. Fuel Wing is just going to be heading back towards the top. So they poke around. Reaper pushes back a little bit. It's going to be seen again. 1-1 upgrades, combat shield stim. All of that building through. Just having that carapace upgrade coming up as well. A few Marines be able to push the Zerglings back a little bit further. Yeah, that Bane Nest is still coming through and online here from SHIN, so bring that Bane Nest online. Evo Chamber on its way. Sorry, not Evo Chamber, Extractor on its way. And a few Lings and the Queen gathering as well. That Carapace is halfway done. Plenty more Lings still coming online. Again, 1-1. Stim, Combat Shield building at the moment. Once that kicks in, we actually might see a bit more action. First of all, like I say, very passive so far. A couple of Scouting Lings went down. And that really has been about it up until now. Marines step around. Again, the Queens gather up. Just have that lab about halfway done. Evo Chamber and the Hatch coming about. The Carapace are coming through too. Maybe another round of Banes is morphing in. The Lings step over to the left side. The Marines will be able to get this Overlord's just going to take that down with the Marines. And the Reaper start to hit this Hatchery. Hatchery taking a bit of damage. She's going to stim onto the Hatchery. Now Bane's coming from the other side. Ling's going to wrap around. Grenade's going to pop the Banelings into the Marines. Oh my goodness. Those Banelings literally became dive bombers. That was... that was beautiful. The Banelings jump, literally, it looked so epic. Can you imagine Banelings could actually jump onto units? Oh my god. That was terrifying for those Marines. The Reaper Grenade a bit further back would have been perfect. You bop the Banes away, they can't get to you as easily, etc, etc. Brilliant, but in this case, the Banelings get bopped into the Marines and, those Reapers like, did I mess up? Were they gonna die anyway? I'm not sure. Let's just say they were gonna die anyway, man. Let's just say they were gonna die anyway. Percival's economy has been so booming that despite this fight, he's actually still in an amazing spot. Work count equal, army supply ahead. Resource loss has been better for him anyway as well. I mean, he has actually killed a bunch of Lings, so it's not actually been bad. Obviously, SHIN is also on his way to Aspire, but he doesn't actually have money saved up for Aspire, so I'm not sure where that's gonna go. Again, Melee and Carapace both coming through. That Baneling speed will be online shortly. We've got the Spire building from SHIN, so that's going to finish up shortly as well. The Banes didn't get there. Those Marines lift back up. And we are just going to see the Lane being going to run through again. These Marines lift up once more. Still having our 2-2 upgrades just coming straight along. Plus 2 Carapace, plus 1 Melee. The Baneling speed all building through. Those extra meters are coming up, and the Lings are about to get over here as well. The Marines going to have to split apart. Getting chased away at the moment. A little bit of healing coming down onto those Marines. The Ling Bane will continue to gather. That's going to be seeing the, again, Marines in the tank continuing to settle down. A few more Marines going to stim it up for a couple of moments, and we move back and forth. I want to try and dive in once again. The mutas are here to try and help play cleanup. I don't love this for SHIN. He is counterattacking the 4th base, though. That is only a command center, so it can lift off, but the SCVs obviously would be in trouble. And we are going to force Percival away. SHIN chasing with those mutas. Lings in the bottom right, having that CC up in the skies. The other few Marines trying to do what they can here. The couple Widow Mines going to go off toward a bunch of these Lings. Lings have actually done a great job, and we continue to put some extra pressure in towards the tail end of this all here. Just at the moment. And we've seen the hatchery still gathering about. We've seen a couple of Widow Mine drops actually coming in and seeing a little bit of success. 7 drones. I actually thought that was going to be worse, if I'm going to be honest. That wasn't as bad as I thought it might have been. Yeah, it's coming back around. And the Marines and the Medivacs are all joined together at the moment. Just going to be seeing the 3-3 still coming over. Bane gathers, and we will take a couple seconds. Have the 3-3 and concussive shells then all building through, so you bring that up into place. You have the Marines coming about, the meters going back the other way, Widow Mines, upgrades all continuing by. Seeing those Marines still gather, we get rid of a couple more creep teamers here. And still gathering up. As we are going to have them trying to play cleanup, but the Widow Mines are making it a little bit difficult. The Widow Mine shot goes off. The meters take a big hit once again. So big shots coming off across the board currently. We're not going to see the extra meters still building through. +2 melee upgrade about to finish. The Hive is on its way. And these meters continue to play cleanup as they run past. A Widow Mine on the far right hand side. We get past over there for now as well. Just reset for a couple more moments. Put a bio to the top left. We'll try and put a bit more pressure on. So again, we make our way in that direction, seeing what we can do. It is actually again go into those mines. The Widow Mines do fire. Then we just take some pretty big hits. Big splash taken. Is that going to be strong enough? Coming back around, those Banes trying to crash on in, connecting through for a little bit extra. More damage being found here. We'll continue into this right now. Just going to be seeing those meters still collecting. Just going to be seeing the bio gathering up. Let me reset for a few moments. More meters, more lings coming over. I mean, Percival's supply is obviously not looking great after these fights. Resource loss is extremely even, which is obviously very rough for Percival, because typically the Zerg's going to mine a bit more than you. He has got a bunch of bases. I just don't know if it's going to matter. A couple of Widow Mines not doing enough. There's not enough Terran to play defense here at all at the moment. Banes crash in. A couple more Widow Mines going down. There's Bioforce gathering. Orbital lifts and lands. A few Zerglings running around on the right side as well. This one missile turret is living a long, long time. So that missile turret still putting the work in. Muta's taking a bunch more damage. And the Muta Bane continues to come about. CC has to lift up, and will take a moment or two. Just going to see the Lings coming over. Bit of movement, just going to have ourselves the Lings still running by. I mean, this Percival kind of holding on. His supply is maybe not plummeted as much as he might think it would, but a little bit more Ling Bane. Still trying to run through, still threatening here and there. SCVs falling again, just losing so much of the economy at this point in time. The Ling gathers up once more, so just keep moving it, seeing what will happen next. Ultra production has begun from SHIN as well, so his army's only getting better. I mean, Percival is hanging on. Percival still has a lot of bases. I'm surprised SHIN hasn't been able to knock down a couple more of those over the last few moments. I thought that was going to be something a little bit more easily done, I suppose. Obviously, that's not been the case at all. Gonna have the Ling Bane coming back around, resetting for a couple moments. We are going to see Percival putting some pressure of his own in here. So again, like seeing him finding opportunity at least to get a little bit more damage done, find some extra ways to, again, put pressure on the Zerg despite it having been a game that's not exactly being great for him. I think that's actually very good to see, because I didn't think it was going to be that kind of a game from Percival. I thought he was going to have a lot more trouble with the way that this was going. So the fact it's still being competitive at points here has been, like I say, very good to see. There's another 11 SCVs on the other side. His army supply is currently winning, so that army supply being higher means you're in with a chance, if nothing else. In with a chance, if nothing else. Marines medevac's going to come back around, just going to be seeing a couple of changelings. And popped at the moment also. Like I say, I actually thought this was more of a one-sided affair than it really is. I thought Percival was in so much trouble, and I think he was at the moment, but like I say, Shin didn't quite capitalize. I mean, what Shin did do is Shin progressed his army to a point where it's like, okay, well, surely now I'm never really in trouble from this point on. Like, you know, his army got much better, he introduced the Ultras and so on, but yeah, I won't lie, I actually thought it was going to be a much easier time for Shin than it has been here. I do feel like it's been a little bit more, like I say, on the struggling pathway for him as Ling Bane crashes into this planetary fortress on the right side of Blackrock. Maybe this is the point where Percival just loses too many bases. I mean, it's still an issue for Shin where it's, well, hey, he might not actually kill this base. Widowmine goes off, a couple Banes turned around, but now all the mutas are going down too. Shin is having a much worse time here than it really initially seemed like he would. Awkward little situation. Just going to be seeing those mutas, those Lings still getting at it. Bioforce coming forward. Lings and the Overlords gathering up also. There's a reset here for a few moments. Widowmines gonna aim themselves at a couple of different places at the moment as well. It's just trying to find a little extra where possible right now. Run through bottom right base, now in trouble once again. Shin is going to keep that pressure up. This should not be a dead orbital because you can always lift it, but apparently Percival is too distracted. Don't know what he's doing, but you'd think saving a base like that would be one of the high priority, but clearly something going on for him to miss that opportunity, because that obviously is not a normal situation for Percival. He's usually going to be a lot smoother than that in the grand scheme of things. The Mine's Bioforce is still gathering, a couple of medevacs nearby, a couple of ghosts are coming up as well. Nice shot. We'll shoot at shot, and we'll see an extra Banes coming across also. Should introduce a little bit of the spell casting as well. You know, the Infestors and so. Always going to be nice. We're never going to complain about having some spellcasters on our side. It's always going to be of benefit to you. There's the Dropper Lords trying to do that thing, but not really much opportunity to do anything there either, so also not really seeing too much success at the moment. Many more CCs coming down from Percival, just spamming those out. Can show resource lost, absolutely. 37.7 to 26.9k, so has been much better trades recently, at the very least from First of all, those Widow Mines look good. The Fungal was a little bit shy, a little bit further forward, and that could have been absolutely massive. So, a little bit of a shame to miss there a little bit. And that was a little bit of a miss, unfortunately. I'm just going to be seeing this Bioforce is still lingering. The army of the Zerg is... It feels massive. I mean, it is low army supply, but it feels huge, which is something that isn't always the case for the Zerg player. We've got him diving in. A couple of Corruptors to try and help out in the skies a little bit more consistently instead of rebuilding to mutas. I think that's a very smart sign. I like that a lot more than rebuilding the mutas, which are very expensive right now, and just... They both fill similar roles, but the mutas are just a little bit more vulnerable while doing it. And I think it's just gone so far at this point in terms of losing those mutas that just, again, rebuilding them is very expensive. The Corruptors to put pressure in the sky is, like to say to me, already good enough. So I like the approach on that one, at least, if nothing else. 7 more SCVs went down. Percival Supply is once again a little bit shy from being maxed out. Both players are playing without a bank here because it's just been so much consistent pressure. They've had to keep rebuilding time and time and time again, pretty much non-stop. I see the Synth Tower coming across. Take a few more moments. Command centers and orbitals on the way through. The SCV still building up. Let's see that Bioforce is over here and ready. The Lings pulled back over to the side, so again, just going to reposition over this side. Just going to see the Bio gathering up. It'll take a few moments as we have got units gathering around and getting ready to participate in some fights. The Lings and the Ultras come straight through, and we are going to see this Bioforce actually going to aim for this hatchery. I think the issue Shin's going to have is that right now they're going to mine the same amount of bases, and there is not the denial on the bases of the Terran that there really needs to be for this to long-term be truly positive for you, I guess, on the side of the Zerg player. Like I say, with resources lost being 20k behind for Shin, with resources lost being 20k behind, like, you need something more. That was a great fungal growth, though, and the Banelings get through for all of those ghosts. Well, that's a turn point for sure. That was actually like a 4,000 resource loss turn, and now you're going to swarm as well, and Percival apparently just lost all of his momentum in that one swing. Wow. Just when it was really feeling dismal for a Zerg player, like long-term, he finds what he needs, which is just one massive fight that goes in his favor. It's so rare to find one big winning fight like this in the ZVT matchup, and we found it here. We actually just found it. That's crazy. I mean, what a fungal that was, though, knocking all those ghosts down. There's a couple other parts of this as well, but that fungal locking the ghost and the Banes connecting through for the heart and soul of this success story for Shin to go up 1-0 here, potentially, in this best of 3. Does knock down the medevacs. I mean, you're just camping production. There's maybe production elsewhere on the right-hand side, but I actually don't know if there is. I actually think the majority of it's here. Percival taking a moment to process and taps the GG as we wrap up game number 1. All right, hell of a game. I'm going to head into our game 2 in a second, guys. Give me a moment just to run some ads. Get that on track here for you guys momentarily. Perfect. All right, game number 2, Shin Percival continuing up. Shin was so far ahead when he threw. I mean, Shin was definitely really far ahead at one point, and then he just wasted a lot of units without actually killing a lot of stuff to solidify that lead. But yeah, brought it back when actually things were looking tough for him again. Because don't get me wrong, like, he wasn't losing the game in that moment, But if you step back from the game and you see equal Terran bases to equal Zerg bases, SHIN is not really denied anything for a while. Resource loss continue to add up against SHIN. Everything points to SHIN being on track to lose the game, right? And then he has this massive fight that just goes so well. Crazy. Crazy business. Alright guys, we're going to head back into our next game here in a second. Let's get this started up. So we are going into Washout for game 2. In the bottom left-hand side, down a map in this BO3, it is going to be Percival. A lot of semifinals for him, but struggles to get into the finals after that, it feels like, a lot of the time in these events. SHIN with the 1-0 lead, looking for his first finals since about a year ago in the WardiTV Mondays. Which has also been a little bit of a wild statement. See what this next map brings us, guys. SHIN is, I would imagine, looking for another stronger start. Again, he was in great position last time, just got a little bit awkward, got a little bit weird, got a little bit tougher for him. He's able to pull himself out of trouble, though, and get done what we needed to get done. We'll just moving about, take a couple of moments, settle in here for a little bit. Reaper hops in, gonna get pushed back again, nothing too crazy just yet. And just the expected for a moment at least. Very nearly getting caught there as the Queen and the Lings are ready to play a little wraparound on that, so that was fun. I have our Ling speed coming up, about halfway done at the moment. This drone just going to step over. Again, taking a moment to get the third hatchery started. So it's going to be that early carapace. And carapace is cheaper than it used to be, so having carapace early is nice, especially if your opponent plays a Rax heavy style. It's not going to be completely Rax heavy, but I don't hate the idea of what we're going into at the moment. Seems very reasonable so far. Reaper and the couple of Hellions then are obviously going to be looking to try and find their way into some more opportunity. Doing what we can, where we can at the moment. Okay, that Marine coming up with that stim. Just going to see the Viking firing away. Overlord going to take some damage. And siege tank stim back, plus one attack upgrade, all coming through. The Queen step over, chasing the Hellions away for a couple seconds as well. So continue to push that out of here for a handful of moments. Let's do the stim finishing soon, and Medivac's about to being about to pop. We are very close to seeing the move to this next phase of the game, essentially. So that's coming by. Get those Medivacs out, and Percival will be able to start being aggressive. Third CC coming up. Only the single engineering base. It kind of feels like a 2-base commitment, but he's getting the third command center, so it's not really a 2-base commitment. So a little intriguing as to where this goes. Again, the Reaper and the couple of Hellions will move around a little bit there. Just initially. Hellions do get the cleanup over in that corner. Reaper and the 2 Hellions go down then, so we're going to clean that up for the moment as well. Handling that well. Tank and a few Marines also going to step their way forward here. So again, we come up. We've seen a few Marines unloading. And we resettle things for a moment or two. And bring this into position. The Marines still putting some pressure out. The tank's set up here. It's a little bit of a scary position for the Zerg to deal with. You're set up already as the Terran, so you've got to be feeling pretty good about where things are at for you already. Definitely seems like a pretty reasonable starting point here. Bane gonna now push into position. The tank's in good corners. We do need to target fire some of those Banes down. Yeah, still doing the target firing here. Some extra Marines show up, and with the Banes gone, at least the Lings will, you know, yeah, I guess the Lings will try and hold on, but then the Marines can kind of fight those Lings, but it's actually kind of still an awkward position in the grand scheme of things, so a little bit of a weird one. For the next few moments, still just having ourselves the movement along, and we push in. We're just going to be seeing these Lings trying to break this spot. New tank available, so kind of important that we get through and make something of this right now. Otherwise, this can absolutely get out of hand very quickly. The Percival supply is looking good, and he might be about to take us to a game 3 of this best-of-3 semi-final, because the numbers are good. The tank may go down, but we've got reinforced Marines showing up. Do we keep this tank alive? We do. That's a really bad sign. Try and dive the tank, we're not getting it. The Queens are kind of giving you a little bit of a holding, bit of grace on holding here. Tank does get the shot on the Banelings in the background where Percival's reinforcements not here yet. Shin is going to hold this off at least a teeny bit longer for the moment. So for at least a few more moments, we shall survive on. Ooh. Crazy couple seconds as we see the Lings coming through. Cancel CC, so good counter-attacking. I mean, Shin bringing himself back up with a bit more of a chance again. Giving himself a little bit more opportunity here, if nothing else at the moment. And the Lings and the Bane showing up. Those Medivac's going to lift off, move away. Queens will gather. 2-2 upgrades on the way from Shin. The Ling, Bane, and Drone Force continue to come around also at the moment. Here's the mine just coming around. We got the Marines running through for a couple of seconds here. So you have the Lingbane kind of show back up as well. It's coming back over in this direction, making this move. The Marine's going to stim up and cancel a few more of these morphing Banelings. Honestly looking kind of fine across the board for Percival. 30 supply lead, keeping the pressure up at the moment. Continuing to look good at this current point in time. Beautiful place to be if you are the Terran player. And again, Percival playing this, I'd say, correctly right now as well. Like I say, keeping this up, keeping the pressure rolling. Looking very good for himself as this all continues through into place. Lings gather. He's going to have ourselves the hatchery trying to get in over here, but the Widowmine is still there. We're minus 12 drones recently. And SHIN is, again, doing the hanging on part of this game. He's refusing to die easily. He's refusing to go down quietly. Nothing wrong with that, but it is feeling as though it's just a matter of time, realistically, until this probably is just going to be a very difficult position to crack. The Marines are going to gather up for a couple seconds, so I'm just going to see those coming around here, joining around as well. Hydra's going to show up, and the Banes actually get pretty close here. Widowmine doesn't go off. There's only a few Banes, but it's enough to apparently push this back. SHIN is losing his advantage, by the way. Sorry, Percival is losing his advantage to SHIN, who is absolutely fighting back a little bit at this point in time, so this is starting to go back the other way. Percival does not have as much as he had before. This is 100% going a little bit wrong for him. Not completely out of the water, like, oh my god, we're doomed sort of scenario, but like, it's not being great considering where we're at. I mean, he's still in the supply lead. Upgrades are still in his favor. His opponent's not exactly technically super crazy. Like, there's no Hive in play or anything, but you're in a completely dominant position, and I think it's very fair to say that we're not in as good of a position as we were before. At the very least, I think it's, like I say, a very fair statement at this current point in time. Things gather. I'm just going to keep pushing this army back. Almost feels like Percival even just needs to give it a moment. I mean, obviously, continued pressure feels very good against a Zerg who is behind, because it feels like you're stopping them from getting back in the game, but at the moment, I feel like you're giving SHIN away back in this game almost. I mean, that said, we're building a fusion core and it's a starport. There's a lot of things on the way that don't really let SHIN truly be back in this game, but yeah, it's like I say, it's a very unique position to what it was not that long ago. It's definitely taken a little bit of a twist and a turn. Things gather up. As going to be seeing this Bio Ghost combo looking to shove forward. Obviously, we have been teching up throughout this as Percival. Having Ghost out is definitely going to be a major aid. Another Widowmine shot lining up. A couple of Ghost Snipes trying to get lined up there as well. Not quite going to go off. And once again, SHIN's actually going to find a bit of momentum back the other way as Percival's army is not doing what it needs to do. It gets pushed back. Disaster time. Wow. This is a little crazy, honestly. What is going on? What is going on? Percival cannot win a fight for the life of him, it seems. Despite showing us just how, I mean, we know how competent Percival is in the matchup as well. I think is one of the most shocking parts of this as well. Like, we know how competent he is in the matchup. We know how well he can do. And yet he is on an absolute struggle bus of a situation right now, trying to close out a game that looked won for him. I was talking about 1-1 going to game 3. SHIN just about held on, and SHIN has kept on holding on. And now I would say, I mean, obviously now SHIN supply is fantastic. Don't get me wrong, Percival has mass command centering, so he's going to have a lot of bases, and it's not going to be like SHIN is going to waltz to success in the next 10 seconds or something. But, like, it does feel like the momentum has completely shifted in this game. The defense in this game, the hold in this game is truly... is the kind of thing you'd expect Serral to do, right? Where it's like, oh, well, you never really think Serral's dead, because even if the numbers don't look good, you expect Serral to take some really good fights and to force some really good positions and so on and so forth. Like, you just know something is going to happen at some stage which is going to ruin the day of whichever poor soul has to play against Serral. It feels like that kind of a situation, but obviously we weren't expecting it because this was not Serral, it was SHIN, but same kind of, like I say, overall vibe. As we are going to be seeing these units gather up for a couple seconds. Coming back around and just having ourselves the couple moments of calm as SHIN actually just lets it settle down, like I say, for a moment or two at least. Still doesn't exactly feel great for you long term. Hydras are going to show up this command center, going to take a bit more damage as well, so a few more shots going to come out on this one. Things is going to come crash straight through. A few of these SCVs are going to go down. Base falls. I mean, obviously we've got a bunch of bases to work with at the moment, so not sure how problematic exactly that's going to be. Suppose we will find out eventually. Having a couple snipes looking to come down over here as well. Not quite going to be able to do too much just for the moment, though. Not just yet, at least. Well, SHIN is now maxed out. Percival at the 180 supply. I say this game having completely swung in the last little bit of time. It has been a completely different situation to what it felt like we were getting into when we were first kicking this one off. And you've seen the slug swarm is coming, and it does feel like this might be the end of it all for Percival in this semi-final. SHIN looking to make his first finals in almost a year of the Weekly Cup. A lot of supply, controlling the situation. Our first ever WardiTV. Was SHIN the first ever winner? Sorry, was he first winner? No, second ever winner. Like, crazy that SHIN's not made the finals in such a long time as well. Again, 4 final appearances all time. Today will be his 5th, unless this game takes a wild. I mean, I say a wild turn. I mean, I guess at this point it would be, you know, Terran and Turtle doing Terran and Turtle things, where SHIN maybe does take some bad fights and gives Percival a way back into this. Like, that is absolutely possible. That can absolutely still happen. So we maybe shouldn't be so forward with our thinking in that regard, but I don't think it's super crazy to say that we're expecting this to probably go the way of the yeah, I don't think it's super crazy to say we're expecting this to go the way of the Zerg at this point. I mean, like I say, supplies are gathering around a little bit. Banger's going to retreat back home. We've got some mines set up again. Percival is getting a pretty he's getting a pretty reasonable amount of units up and bases up, especially. You can see another little push through right now. Just going to have ourselves the commitment in. And he's just trying to commit through, trying to get in position for a handful of moments. Not going to do too much just yet. Hydra's actually not going to be able to defend this base. So Percival is going to be able to fight back a little bit. We are going to get back the other way for the moment at least. So for now, we're not done yet is the important part to note. We are not done yet. Staying active, keeping in this as best we can. Percival now just I mean, obviously a while ago realized he had to play this very slowly if he was going to play this into any kind of success story for himself, so started playing the much more turtly style a little while ago. So that's really not a surprise. You're going to see Shin making another move to try and knock as much of this down as possible. Shin's got a ton of money to spend, so he wants to fight, rebuild, utilize that cash that he's got. And this is a success. I mean, this base on the left side has to lift up. These Hydras are still going after libs, although I actually thought they were going to get a couple more libs before this was going to be done, so maybe actually wasn't as good as I thought it was going to be. Still pretty good, though. Hard to really be upset with the outcome of that. Like I say, Percival doesn't have a lot of money to rebuild with. He's got a little bit. If you're denying bases as well, you're stopping him from having the cash income, which is, you know, going to make him kind of consistently have the income to work with here, essentially. So definitely pushing yourself into a very reasonable spot. On and on and on right now. Ghost Gatherer up. Medivacs are going to be here also. Fire Ghost Gathering once again. Take a few moments. Trying to find what the next move is. I mean, you expect Shin to just kind of go again in the next few moments. Resources lost. 42.5 to 36k. It's not being super crazy. I mean, I agree with the sentiment in chat. It's winnable for Percival, absolutely. I mean, let's see if these ghosts survive, because if we don't keep these ghosts alive, that would have been an expensive loss, but we actually do keep them alive for now, so for now that actually remains to be absolutely fine and dandy as well. Goes back over, those ghosts get moving. The Banes actually getting very close to those ghosts, but the cloaking pops up and the overseers were too far away, so it didn't even matter. Didn't even matter. Bane ready to play a bit of defense. Percival is on the left-hand side looking to push towards this hatchery again. So again, trying to get over here. Trying to make a little bit of move in this direction. We are going to be seeing again another dive towards these ghosts. These ghosts, I feel like they've done nothing but run the entire time. They've just been running away from the Banes. Which, I mean, they've got to do is just surprising to see we've been doing nothing but running. Well, Bioforce still trying to hold out. Having a couple of bits of Ling Bane trying to move in again. Does Shin need to just stop for a second or two? I feel like he needs to stop for a second or two. I feel like it's time to kind of chill out for a moment, but we're still full sending it. We're still full sending it. Calm down. Stop. It's okay. I mean, it's actually getting a little bit concerning for Shin at this point, because I feel like he's thrown away too many units and his resources are not getting him to the point where he needs to be. That resources loss has gone up drastically in the last few moments, now 61 to 45k, and he actually GG's out to give Percival the game. What is going on, man? These games are kind of silly. These games are kind of silly. I just when Shin's doing well, Percival seems to win. Percival's doing well, Shin turns it around. I mean, the start of this game was so bad for Shin. The turnaround was amazing, and then completely slips away from him. Crazy. He won the game he should have lost. Yeah, he won the game he should have lost after losing the game he should have. He lost the game he should have won and won the game he should have lost within the same game, right? Actually kind of impressive. Actually kind of impressive. Game 3 in a second here, guys. Hero and Rogue are in the lobby waiting for us. They're going to have to wait one more. I think they were expecting this to be done as well. as we will have Game 3 hosted here between Percival and Shin momentarily. Semi-finals of today's. I'm already talking about Shin being in the finals and all sorts too. Talk about getting ahead of yourself. This is why people hate me, man. Well, you know, Wardy's always calling the games early. And then stuff like this happens and I look silly. Unbelievable. Alright, guys. Game number 3 coming up. Shin and Percival going the full distance. What do you call the game silly? Yeah, the game was silly. This last game was comical, no? Like, when Percival was in a stupidly good position, Shin played his heart out and turned it around completely. And then when Shin was dominating, he just smashed himself into the Terran too ineffectively too many times. And that was that. Like, this was a silly game. But there's no way you can convince me otherwise that this was anything but a silly game. This felt silly through and through. It wasn't bad. It was silly, though. You know? It wasn't bad. It was just silly. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes it's alright to have silly games. It's alright to have silly games, guys. And it's alright to admit that the games are silly as well. You know, this is something you can, in fact, say. Not everything has to be some epic game of insane info and knowledge and stuff. Like, sometimes the game is silly. And I'm definitely not afraid to say it. Like, things are silly, you know? I'm very happy to admit to that. Final map. Winner goes to the finals. Again, it's a cool final appearance for whoever makes it. Whichever of these guys gets through. It's very nice for them in terms of the WardiTV Monday history that they have. Which is that, you know, neither of them really make the finals very often, is the TLDR, so yeah. See what takes place as we obviously we'll have a few moments of getting established and then we'll get ready to go. Here we're gonna fight. In this couple of lings, we go back and forth for a few moments. Ends up hopping away. Just going to be trying to escape out of there a couple seconds, so trying to pull us out of trouble as continue back around. Fires a few more shots off. Just going to see that stim pack. The Marines coming back through as well. So a little bit of everything coming online right now. Again, getting this on the way up. Running. And Laia's going to build a couple of drones and the extractors coming up also. Having ourselves the link speed producing, and yeah, that last should be done fairly soon. So kind of on the later third hatchery, playing this 2-base, probably Spire, again has been a point of interest recently already. Spire has been very, very popular. Shin would be looking to try and take control of this early. Again, there's not an unwinnable series for Percival when you look at the games, but also coming into this, we have seen recently that it has been Percival who's actually been able to kind of bring the fight to Shin a few times over and has been able to challenge him in the matchup. So, again, that part is also intriguing to see this as them playing out once again to, yeah, pretty fun situation right now. Going to a game 3. I'd like to say it's been a bit of a wild way to get here, but we have gotten here. It is all that really counts. Couple Lings gonna move around once again, trying to see what else we got going on. Planes gather up, the Marines go moving around. Take a couple of seconds. Be knocking down an overlord initially, so that'll be a starting point for us here. Having us the Marines continue to fight and actually doing a very good job. Shin has lost a lot already. Resource loss going to be against him. This one medevac loads up and we escape away, but that was minus a medevac and 10 Marines for 42 Lings in the game, so that is an absolutely fantastic start. That is what you love to see if you're a Shin fan right now. That's not what you love to see if you are a, sorry, it's not what you love to see if you're a Shin fan, it's what you love to see if you're a Percival fan. God, why am I getting the names mixed up so much today? I don't know what is going on. It is, apparently difficult for me to just say the normal things correctly. I don't know, guys. Saying things hard. Marines, mines coming down. We are going to get over to the sides and just have ourselves the a little bit of movement continuing. Marines going to come in. We actually lose another medevac, and these Marines continue to just stand here and hold on. For now, it seems as though they're going to do an okay job at it. It's even reasonable at the moment. The Lings will get there, though, for the defense. I'm scared for Percival because this is the kind of game which he has lost in the last couple of rounds. For Percival, like he gets ahead, and then it did not end well for him when he got ahead. So I'm a little scared. Obviously, we really shouldn't be, but just with the way the series has been going, never doubt this position, I suppose. Never quite doubt this position is where I'm currently at with this. I'm just going to be seeing those Marines coming over. A couple drones on the other side of the map. Shin obviously in a little bit of trouble over there. Is apparently going to have these rocks drop down before them, and that'll be part of the fact of what's going on as well. They're still going to try and find their way around. Shin trying to do some damage to put himself in a bit of a better position in this game. Not quite finding too many openings with these meters, but it is going to make Percival sit back. But then Percival should not be too worried about that. I think him sitting back he should be kind of okay with, based on the fact that both the games, when they've gone longer, have generally been in his favor eventually, if not initially. Obviously, that last game was not in his favor initially, but then it was eventually. It's going to have our few drones transferring over to the sides. There's Bane's coming up as well. Have ourselves the meters. Eating a Widow Mine shot. So we kill the Widow Mine. I mean, obviously you don't love eating a hit, but I believe it was the Overseer actually that took it, so in that case it's fine. Don't lose out on too much. Bane, Hatchery continue to gather around again. So just going to join up over there for a few moments. Bane going to go off. Couple of Widowmines going to retarget. Nice split away there as well. Doing a good job to handle that. We're just actually going to jump on these units, and that's feeling like one of the first bigger wins we've seen on the side of SHIN, actually winning a big fight somewhere and getting a little bit of value from it. So good to see that going his way. He's pulling back over. Drilling Claws coming about as well. Is still going to preserve the map control. A few Marines and the Medivacs over on the right-hand side, gathering about for a second or two. Figure what will be next for them here. Ling's going to run across. Widowmine's actually going to get a good connection. No, good split away. Well done by SHIN, moving that Ling nicely. And a few units of Percival. Probably not going to find much here. It feels like a position right now where it's not really designed to get much done anymore for Percival. It's just a little move out or two. Generally speaking, we're building up the bases. We're going to the longer game. Again, you know you like being there. But it's not going to be without its issues, because we saw exactly how it could go wrong in that earlier match as well. So not a guarantee of how things will go. As the Ling Bane comes in, the Medivac's going to be forced away. Push back just initially for a few moments. These Marines are going to get in and eat up a bunch of the drones. Ling's going to run across. Bane's going to try and jump onto this. This drop actually doing better than expected. However, with the mutas arriving, we should be able to knock this down, although now maybe not quite so much. Well, maybe not quite so much, as we do see the Ling Bane coming over one more time. Take a couple seconds. Once that Bioforce gathers back over for a second or two, so again, rejoining us. Seeing what will happen next is Bioforce is just going to go after this base. Yeah, still trying to fly through, trying to clean this up. Eating a couple Widow Mines, mostly onto the Overseers for now. Still a possible problem though, got to be a little careful of it all. Don't want to let this get too out of hand, obviously. Things can go bad very quickly. Widow Mines continue to... There's so many mines, it's kind of crazy. So many mines available just here, there, and freaking everywhere right now. Until you try and fire, we are going to see the Bio coming back across, try and push this away. I mean, we are holding the position though. It's taking SHIN a lot of time to kind of work through this position. Ling Bane Muta continue to come through. Those mutas are going to come across as well. Percival continues to pull back. The mutas continue to gather around. Again, Hive coming over. Just going to be seeing the Ling Bane producing back through. Supply-wise, SHIN on the massive drone count, by the way. Drone count is huge for him at the moment. 94 workers in this matchup as of right now. It's coming through, and after a couple more of those ghosts, again, mutas, anytime they have a chance to counterattack, will, generally speaking, be having a good time. Bio Ghost gathering up once more, just going to have ourselves the forces growing in number. Obviously, we're nearly maxed out here on the side of Percival. SHIN runs through, good lift up into the Medivacs. Widowmine doesn't do much there. Could maybe being dangerous, but doesn't end up being. As now we have ourselves the Bioforce going to try and fight back a little further. Ghosts will be right there to, again, threaten some snipes if anything of importance arrives nearby. Right now, that's not really happening, but like I say, it can definitely happen quickly. If the mutas show up, a couple snipes would not go amiss. Easy kills. As the mutas just flying overhead on this. I'm surprised that they feel as though so much can happen there, if I'm going to be honest. I'm a little bit surprised. A little bit surprised. It's going to fly in again. Orbital Command taking some damage. A few hits, as we obviously would love to knock down some of these orbitals. There are a lot of there are a lot of orbitals in this game right now. What are we at? We're at 8, so it's a lot of orbitals. Killing a couple is... It doesn't always feel as though it's like, okay, this is it, but you generally speaking would like to... generally speaking, you would like to get rid of some of them, because if you leave them all up, you're going to have a bad time. Not really an ideal situation. I'm just going to be seeing those Marines coming over again. Playing Bane coming about, stepping over itself for a moment or two. There's 8 drones recently. A good Surgeling Bane will make its way forward and try and make its case right here. Another Widowmine shot just going to go off on a couple of Lings, nothing too major there. The Bioforce stepping away. The Ghost's going to have to pull back away from this also. Another couple of Widowmine shots going off. Banes are getting crashed into. Minus 11 drones, like we say, on the other sides. I mean, SHIN trying to find some counter pressure. This SHIN has. He does not really have a bank account at all, so anything he loses, it's extremely difficult for him to replace currently. Kill the Ghost, and we're in luck. The mutas should be able to get rid of the Medivacs as well. Widowmine hits the Overseer. That's somewhat of a winning combination here from our Zerg player. For now, at least, it's doing what needs to be done. For now, it's doing what needs to be done. Yeah, Libs, Marines, Ghosts continue to add on right now. The Libs obviously nice as well. They can do this. They can help to push the mutas back at certain points as well, which is, like I say, never really going to be a bad thing. Never really going to be a downside or a negative or anything. Ultra's going to come chomping forwards. Yeah, I've got a bit of bio gathering up over those next couple of moments. I mean, the Ultra's actually going to create some better fights here. I mean, all our Ghosts just out of energy. We obviously lost some. We used some previously as well, so I feel like the Ghosts are in a little bit of a weird position. Not being around right now. And these Ultras are hence able to see some success. Actually able to see some success. Another Widowmine shot goes off. Widowmine gonna hit the Overseer again. That will go down as the Marines step forward to play cleanup afterwards. As Lib siege up again, the Ghost gather a little bit of bio, gonna come over here as well. Seeing these Ultras still chomping forward. I'm just going to be moving through. Bio is going to clean the Ultra out. Shutting that one down. And let's have the Bio coming across. The Medivac's going to gather for a couple of moments. We'll take a couple of seconds here. Let this settle. Have a bottom right base under fire. There's a lot of units up here. I mean, it's funny that we've got the bottom right belonging to the Terran and the Zerg. Who will succeed? Well, the Terran base is going to get pushed back and the Zerg base gets knocked down, so neither will succeed. Worth noting at the same time, Percival in the upper left is going to deny the base. That's not quite as far in the corner, but yeah, obviously that's a pretty good deal as well. Working our way through that is a pretty major plus, so again, looking very reasonable at the moment. Vax pulled back over. Shin's supply is good at the moment. Percival has money to spend, though. He just needs to actually spend it. He's got 6 lids that just started up. He wasn't building anything here, and he still isn't really building any of the bio, so his supply right now is going to be going down the drain a little. The Ultra's still going to step through. Refinery is going to fall. It was a little bit of a weird scenario again for just a couple of moments. The Manson are going to try and reposition. Trying to see what is next. The Medevac's going to pull back over on this direction. Yo, Basika, thank you so much for the 40-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Saw that as I had to pop out and snooze some ads. The ads were threatening to play across the course of what has been a very long best-of-3 semi-final. When it plays either Hero or Rogue, they are waiting in the other semi-final matchup that will play after this. Once again, guys, that PvZ coming up shortly. Shoots, a couple of lings getting picked off. Percival stabilized a little. I really feel like a lot of the damage he took truly was on the back of him just not having really built. I mean, yeah, honestly, just not having him build up the units that he had the money to build. He just was sat there not building them. It was kind of a bit strange, no? It felt a bit strange, at least. Obviously, a lot of the time it's not quite as simple as that, but I'm going to see SHIN definitely seems to be taking a lot more momentum in his side right now. Percival's supply is plummeting. Again, do you feel like he's struggling, Percival, to build units a little bit here? Like I say, he's just constantly had at least this little bit of money, this little bit of cash available to him that he's not been completely using the entire time. A little bit more force coming over and trying to find a little extra. I'm just going to be seeing the Corruptor. The Ultras continue to move over. Nice couple of links still around. 17 SUVs down. Now only 20 workers left in the game from Percival. His position is continuing to crumble here, unfortunately. His army supply good, but surely with only 20 workers left, he's going to have to rebuild a bunch. It's going to take some time, and SHIN should have enough to be able to make a couple of attempts at this, I feel like, fairly soon. And he's going to run up, forcing the Ghosts to lift up and to back away as well, so they're going to run out of there. I mean, the Corruptor's just getting rid of all those Liberators in the meantime. SHIN's supply is still actually not pretty, though. His army supply is still down, so if we can just gather together and make a shove of this, I'm going to go ahead and say there's still going to be... there's still a possibility that Percival wins this game. Like, his army supply suggests he's going to be able to make something happen here, and like I say, I don't think we've really seen any reason to not believe that that could happen still, so... Not counting us out just yet still for the moment, as Percival is still getting leapt on. I think SHIN needs to just, don't get me wrong, he's killing so many workers and he's keeping the economy so low, but he needs to let his own economic advantage actually sink in, otherwise it's all going to be for nothing, I think. Well, I mean, never mind, I think it will be for nothing if he continues to waste things, but obviously we're not necessarily going to keep wasting them, so that's what remains to be seen. Gather once again. Orbital just going to be moving over. Lings and Corruptors on the way. Widow Mines producing. That is the current state of things at this point. $125 to 90 army supply. Big push from Percival up around the top. Trying to see what will happen here. Couple of Vanes trying to land. The Bio just sims in. 48.5, 57.8k lost. So only a 10k difference. Percival will start to mine the bottom right if SHIN has to put a lot of attention to defending in the top side. One of these Widow Mines going to hit on. He targets them onto the Corruptors, which I don't hate because he doesn't actually have a lot of anti-air against the Corruptors. Otherwise, the Ling's running through. Oh, that Widow Mine does massive damage! SHIN is down to 56 army supply. He's going to have, what, Corruptors in a dream? Does he have any Great Aspire? No, right? No Great Aspire. So you can't even use the Corruptors for anything more than just shooting away Medivacs. He's going to lose bases, and I just don't think he's going to be able to resecure this situation. Oh my god. This game has been absolutely ridiculous, guys. One absolutely, utterly silly matchup. This has been this entire series. I keep saying silly. It's been awesome, but again, it's just had that twang of silliness to it, I feel like. But there ain't nothing wrong with that, to be fair. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Man, what a wild best 3 semi-final. It's not done yet, but it does seem as though, to me, that we're probably having ourselves... I mean, Percival looks good now, no? Percival is looking good in this moment. I think Percival has... currently, at the very least, got the advantage. The army supply just seems uncontestable, and before it was like, well, that doesn't necessarily matter, because it felt as though SHIN was going to be able to rebuild enough, but it seems as though he's just not going to be able to rebuild enough. Percival's now holding a base down over in this direction as well for another major advantage here. Gonna see the Lings, the Bane's gonna try and run through, the Ghost kiting back. We've got the Infestor gonna try and land the Fungal. Double Fungal does catch a couple of the Ghosts, but they're kind of just standing there and holding their own ground. With only 13 workers left in the game, Percival is moving toward victory here in this best of 3 semi-final, looking for his 3rd ever WardiTV Monday Finals, and he is looking to be a first-time winner of the Monday Cup still. I believe, as is Rogue. If Rogue was to beat Hero, we'd have a first-time winner of the Monday Cup today. Obviously, that Rogue Hero series will start after this. They've just had to end up waiting a hot second or two because it's been a long, it's been a long ZVT, especially with the twists, the turns, and the comebacks that we have seen. Ling's coming over, the Orbital Command stepping into position. Percival still trying to fight for this base. I mean, at this point, I think Percival just needs to fight. I mean, fighting feels good, but he obviously doesn't necessarily know that either. He doesn't see it exactly as we get to see it, so obviously doesn't help him to make what feels like good choices from our point of view, at least. Rain's coming through, a little bit more damage being done. Just going to be seeing the surround there. Coming back into place. Manson, I wanted to try and take this bottom right side. The way that the economy has worked out means that if we take this bottom right corner, there's just no way that... If we mine from that as the Terran, there's just no way you can deal with that as SHIN. You've not played an efficient enough game to have the Terran mining essentially all the same bases that you have mined as we hit the 30-minute mark here already. Trying to run through, trying to deny. I mean, SHIN has to deny whatever economy exists here from Percival, but he's got so few units left to do it. I cannot believe that this is going to become Percival's series. I called it in game 2 that SHIN was in the finals already. I truly believed I even think looking back I would call it again. Wow, what an absolutely ridiculous best of 3 these two just played. Actually ridiculous. Turtle Terrans win again. Percival 2-1 into the finals of this Monday Cup. The first time for Percival in the finals since, like I say, he's had a lot of semi-finals lately. Wikipedia loads, then I will tell you guys about it. Now it's frozen. Percival. Finals in weeklies 82 and weekly 60 and 82. So it wasn't that long ago. 15 editions ago, he's in the finals, looking for his first ever win today. And get ready to go into this in just a few moments, guys. Get ready to kick this off. All right. Works about, well, yeah, the 13 SEV victory is a Terran classic. Terrans don't understand losing the game because they ran out of workers. Guys, I'm just going to take a couple minutes very quickly to BRB while we get this next match coming up. I'll see you guys in just a moment. All right, semi-final 2 of the day in WardiTV Mondays 97. In the bottom right, our red Protoss is going to be Hero. In the top left, our red blue Zerg is going to be Rogue. It'll be a non-mirror match final today because whoever wins this plays Percival in the finals. That is what we'll be getting to soon. Very, very soon. Who will join Percival in that final day? Will Rogue make... What is Rogue been in a final before the Monday Cup? No. Rogue's never been a Monday Cup finalist. So if he wins, we'll have a first-time winner. If Hero wins, obviously it's the Titan versus the... I mean, it'd be wild if Hero won, because every time Percival's played a Monday Cup final, it's been against Hero in the finals. Which is a little bit funny. It's only been twice, right? But then it being 3 times would be quite coincidental. Coming around to move about for a few moments. See where we get to. Stargate beginning, wing speed on the way. Apologies, guys. I'm eating my very delayed lunch. Just at the start of this game, so I apologize. We ended up waiting. We ended up having such a long game as well that it meant that Yeah, we had such a long game that I didn't want to make the players wait longer while I took a couple of minutes, so I just let them start up. Hence, I'm still trying to eat. Well, I mean, it's PvZ. That's like, we may as well let the first 5 minutes of the PvZ play, right? So, yeah. Interestingly enough, we do have a Phoenix from Hero rather than the Oracles. He's going to go pushing Overlords back pretty early in this game. He has the 3 gates for Adept reduction, but the Lings are going to catch the first 2 Adepts in the middle of the map, and that's going to be a great catch for Rogue, denying some of the pressure that Hero would have liked to have applied. Phoenix just gathers, and this Oracle is going to move around for a couple seconds. It's going to be seeing the Phoenix taking a few more shots off the Queen. A little bit more damage being done. Just going to see the Oracles. We'll dive in, start to put some pressure on, so they're going to see some success already. Going to see the Queens are coming back along with that, and also trying to put some pressure on as well. Just going to rejoin up, just going to be seeing these Adepts now making their move. It's going to be a bunch of just unupgraded Adepts just trying to apply pressure early and catch Rogue unprepared, which so far seems like he is. He's getting a little Lings here. The Queens are in position. The Adepts about to shade, though, to the 3rd base where they'll cause more trouble. And the Lings are going to have to run for another wraparound. And most importantly, obviously denying mining time here as well, as the units have to pull out of that and take a couple of moments as well. Positioning for a few moments. These Adepts now at 7 workers killed, and behind it, the fleet beacon is up and the mothership is on the way. So Hero going into a very fun follow-up. And I gotta say that I think this is going to be a very, very difficult position for Rogue, because you've already just taken a bunch of damage. Now there's a fast mothership on the way to kind of handle you. It does not exactly feel great at the moment at all. So yeah, things are looking a little rough, to say the least, right now. Little rough, to say the least. And Adepts come back over, heading over to this left side, so they're just going to reposition for a few moments, reset things here. And Adepts is getting back in for even more worker damage. And now Hero's just going to start building into Sky Toss. Air weapon upgrade coming through. I mean, Rogue at least has gone into the Spire. Is he about to play meters, though? If he builds meters here, I feel very... I mean, if he builds meters, your opponent is set up to build multiple Phoenix against it. I mean, Rogue's issue is that he's still just bleeding out workers to baseline Adepts at the moment, and that is obviously very, very rough. And still moving in, getting after another couple of Adepts. Carriers will continue to go. Just going to have ourselves the mothership still sitting tight at the moment. Okay, a couple of carriers gather about. Just going to be having the Air weapon upgrade, the charge coming through as well. Now the Overseer's going to take some damage. Just going to be seeing Rogue. Obviously now knows that it's going to be carriers and sky toss and so on. So, I mean, like I say, having the spy is amazing. +1 flyer attack. +2 carapace for the ground units as well. I mean, he's going to start building... It's too late for him to build Corruptors and just Corruptors and kind of like try and win this off of Hero not having a lot of units. There's going to have to be a whole bunch of Spellcasters along with this, I would imagine. Speed coming up, +1 missiles on its way over. And the Oracle's going to come back through again, just going to be having ourselves a little bit of movement continuing to see on the Oracle, still moving around also, trying to see what else we got going on right now. +1 flyer attack upgrade is now finished on the Spire, so we've got the +1 flyers available. Attack upgrade ready to rumble. As I was going to shoot, it's going to have the Lings and Roach is going to fight. I mean, the problem is like you can do all this on the ground, but we still got to work our way into the skies as well against the carriers. And I know we got the Corruptors. I have so little faith right now with the setup, is what it comes down to realistically. I just have so little faith with the setup of Rogue. I am currently an absolute non-believer. An absolute non-believer, but hopefully Rogue proves me wrong. Shows me why I should be a believer. That would be cool. And as you see the Zerling Roach Bane coming across. Taking a couple seconds there. Getting set up. Just going to be seeing this massive attack from Rogue coming in. Let's see if the Crooks can make enough progress in the skies. Then they're going to get after one carrier. Now two. Looking for number 3. Okay. Okay. I should have been a much more of a believer in Rogue, shouldn't I? We recalled out the rest of the carriers, but it wasn't many carriers left over even. So even that part is not exactly ideal. Damn. Rogue's starting to overwhelm. How far can this go? So far, very far is the answer. Wow, I am so off with my calls today. I keep believing in people I shouldn't believe in and not believing in people, and yeah. Crypt is going to get to work, caustic spraying down the Nexus. Corruptors is going to, I mean, yeah, you get rid of multiple Nexus with the Corruptors, or even just the one, and then the Lings can work. This gold base is working for Rogue. Man, I really didn't believe. I didn't think with the damage he took early that there was going to be the timing window he needed to truly take advantage of this situation. And like I said, I was obviously completely wrong with that. I could not have been more incorrect at the end of the day, so... yeah, he still found the window, he still found the attack, and Hero unable to step back into this one, and it's going to be a Rogue 1-0 lead. We are going to be a map away from a brand new WardiTV Monday champion. Corruptors keep caustic spraying down this Nexus. The space is falling. The Roach is still knocking on that front door. Thought it was too late for Roaches. Me too. Like I did not have any belief, especially with just because he took so much damage early. I had no belief in what Rogue was doing. Like I say, I was absolutely incorrect, guys. Because old enough to remember what he said is like, don't win this tournament. Well, he's got to play Percival next, man. You know? It wasn't so much about Rogue, it was about Hero. Sure, I mean, yes. I mean, you've also got to consider and giving credit to the fact that Hero shouldn't, you know, doesn't lose these positions and so on and so forth, right? I'm giving credit to Hero as a strong player. You pull the Archons. This is going to be Rogue's first time in the final. If he wins, yeah, it'll be his first time in the finals of the Monday Cup. Of the WardiTV Monday Cup. Which is pretty crazy. Now, don't get me wrong, Rogue has not played in all of these events. I wish I had, like, the stats on how many Monday Cups they'd played in. Rogue, if I had to guess, Rogue's probably played in less than half of these, realistically. I feel like he didn't play in a lot of them way back when. Maybe we could... Aligulac doesn't do too much match history now. Maybe if I... Okay, hang on. What if I go to Rogue on Wikipedia? I've got a plan. And I go to his matches, and we just control F WardiTV Monday. Oh, we have to rehost the game. Sucks. Yeah, for example, Rogue didn't play like Mondays 95, 94, 93, 90, 90, 88. Then he didn't play any from 88 to 82. So, like, you know, like, he doesn't play... I reckon he played about half of these cups, I think, is a fair guesstimate. If not less, honestly. So, it's not like he's playing every week and he's never made the final, but I still think someone like Rogue, you'd think he'd make a final at least one, like, have a run one time. Again, that's the crazy part about the WardiTV Monday Cups, is that the consistency of Hero, Clem, and MaxPax in these cups especially are just ridiculous. Like, these guys consistently perform. And it's so difficult for anyone else to even just make the freaking finals. Even just making the finals is an absolute challenge. That's why Hero's exciting. You can win a lost game or lose a one game in an instant. Entertainment value, guys. Game 2 of this best of 3 coming up. And get this started and underway. See what game 2 brings us. Obviously, it was already kind of an interesting build in the last one from Hero, to be fair. Catch Gas and Pool coming up. Next is on the way from Hero. Just going to bring that along for a few moments. We'll see again, early game of this PvZ takes a little bit of setting up and so on. Drone's coming about, Probe trying to mine it up for a few moments as well, trying to put a bit more work in. A couple of drones down this low ground, Probe gets chased away. Bullings get after, just going to be seeing that Probe taking a couple of shots. The Adept and the Warp Gate coming up, Stargate producing. Things will continue through there. Again, Probe going to take some damage for a few moments. More shots coming through at this current point in time. That is going to gather back around also. It's going to come back over here for a few moments. That's going to threaten another shade. And again, Oracle and the Warp Gate still coming up. Our circling speed is going to be completing very soon as well. There goes the Oracle making its way, looking to fight. Lings come back over this side again, just going to be having the hatch, the drones, the queen building the lag spike. Dun dun dun. That's not even Pommy. Oracle just got deflected by queens over the far right hand side. Again, if you just joined us, Rogue leads 1-0 in this best of 3. Beating the carrier force of Hero in a game 1 that started horrifically for Rogue, and he brought it back around. Our hopes were lost, but Rogue said no. And the Lings turn it back to the bottom as well. That's 2 drones. Oracle taking a fair amount of damage, though, at the moment. Zerglin's coming across onto the map once more. Again, there's a couple of drones gathering together. Does gather. Again, the Oracle just about to finish. Just gonna have the Twilight Council coming through. The battery coming up, Forge on the way. Again, the Stalker gonna hit that Overlord. And we do have the Carapace and the extra drones all building from Rogue as well. The Ovi, but obviously a scout through. Third Nexus is about to be done from Hero. We've got the Forge and the Twilight Council both building up. And the free drones gather, the Oracle is going to move around for a couple seconds. It's going to be seeing the Adepts making their way into the center now. Rogue had big issues with the Adepts last time. The Oracles are gathered in here. That first Oracle's going to die, I think. No? Oh my goodness. Oracles are so sneaky, man. Oracles get out of so many situations I feel they shouldn't. You know? They're always getting out of trouble that they're not meant to be getting out of. We at least deal with the Adepts extremely well. This was not an issue at all for Rogue in this circumstance, so that was very easily handled so far. We have the hatchery in the bottom right going down. It's just going to see that being grabbed. We have the Spire on the way up, as once again we're going into the mothership here as Hero, so we set that mothership off, we got that going. Bring that straight into position as of right now. Rogue's already on his way to the Spire, so very similar setup to what we saw previously. Very similar to what we saw previously. The Spire about to be finished. The Evo Chamber, the couple hatches on the way over as well. Just going to have our Lings gathering to the middle, ready to hit the bottom left-hand side. Oracle's heading up to the top again. A lot of Lings pulling back from Rogue over to the upper right side. Rogue speed coming up, plus 2 Carapaces building by. That mothership already activating as well, and just helping to push things away where necessary. Again, that Rogue speed is about to be done. The Lings of Rogue head to the bottom left side, ready to push in and see if we can get some cannon damage found. This time we're actually going to make mutas from Rogue, so He's actually going to get to Mutas. A bit of a better start for him. We'll see how well the Mutas can do. In fairness, this is also not double Stargate this game, right? This is just a single Stargate Mothership Fleet Beacon. Like, that is it. So we actually do have a situation where it's a little bit better. As the, it's a little bit better as the, Berserk player to be building the Mutas, because last time they would have had a much worse time. So in we go. See what we can do. Get this all set up. My Carapace upgrades both continue to build. Take a couple seconds on that. We'll have a attack of hero already showing up. I mean, this is obviously a good time to attack if your opponent's building Mutalisks. Then they're not exactly going to be in with a good time. You know, they haven't built a lot of defensive units. Stasis Swords going to catch a fair amount right there. Going to see some success. Others are doing work as well, though, so they did not get forced to come back home. I think that's actually a very important note. The fact that those Mutas are out there kind of being able to deal damage is huge, and already 24 workers going down. And these Mutas are just not really being dealt with by anything because a lot of heroes' attention was, you know, into the attack across the map. Mutalisk count is still looking very respectable here in general right now. It is looking good as, yeah, they might start getting cleaned out. They might start getting pushed away, but the reality of this situation is that hero is probably very much so enjoying his, Mothership and not much else, because I feel like nothing else is really going well for him. Blinking +2 gotten contaminated as well, so they got slowed down a little bit further here, and we have the Roaches still pushing through as Rogue just looks to overwhelm on this bottom side of the map, pushing in, hitting this base. Just looking good through and through, and honestly, it feels as though Rogue is just going to dominate this matchup. No, I mean, this was kind of a really good, I mean, a really bad start to that game number 1, but really good series beyond that. I mean, they're now down 47 workers, so rebuilding here is going to become, I want to say, nigh on impossible. I mean, I don't think you defend from here realistically. Obviously, you know, maybe you can have a crazy game and turn it around, but like, everything is against you as hero. Minus 50 workers. The army supply is okay, and sometimes your army supply can do work, right? That is the saving grace right now, is like sometimes your army supply can do work as the Protoss player. But Rogue's already feeling pretty comfortable, so hard to really believe. Hard to really believe. Man, that's absolutely crazy. We've seen this force is going to fight. The Corruptors are here to help against the Mothership now, having moved on from the Mutas into the Corruptors. And, yeah, this two different ways of kind of playing this fast Mothership from Hero, and neither has worked in this series. GG's. We are going to have a brand new WardiTV Monday champion, guys. This does not happen very often. This does not happen very often at all. It is so rare for us to get a new Monday Cup champ. But we will have a new one today. To put in perspective, there have only been 12 different players all time to win a Monday Cup across 97 editions. And 6 of those players have only done it once. Again, this is going to be Rogue's first ever finals, Percival's third ever final, but his first time not playing Hero in the final. And one of these guys is going to add their names to the list of Monday Cup champs. When was the last time we had a new Monday Cup champion? Bunny? January 19th? Start of the year? Yeah, I think it was Bunny. I think Bunny was the last time we had a new champion in the WardiTV Mondays. And to put that into perspective as well, okay, 2 weeks before that it was Trigger, and then you go before that, you have to scroll up into like Cup 44 or something in like a year ago. We've had like 2 new winners in the last year, basically. It's crazy. It is crazy. Thank you so much, Loki Cobra at 1611 for the Prime sub for 6 months. Appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, do hit that Prime button. We are fighting a losing battle against this sub goal, guys. We are not even able to maintain 500 subs, which is very, very bad. Again, typically we always say 700 subs is the amount that's very comfortable for us to keep on producing StarCraft content and so on. So if you are enjoying the content, consider hitting us up with a sub. Use the Prime sub if you have not Prime subbed already. It does go a long way to helping. If you're feeling super generous, you can gift. Let's try and at least get back up to 500. Like I say, we usually like to try and be at 700 and maintain around there, but that is... We're just going down and down the last few days. It has been brutal, so... Yeah, sub up if you're feeling it, if you're enjoying it. And we are going to have our finals ready to go in a moment. We're already in the lobby for this finals, so we'll kick this off in a few moments. And then brand new winner of the Monday Cup will begin to be crowned over the course of this coming match. Very exciting. Very exciting. Yeah, what's up, Vermin911? Thank you for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Go-Go is being called by both, so it looks as though we are about set to head into this matchup, guys. WardiTV Mondays 97 finals. Rogue and Percival in our finals for a very different outcome to what we usually expect. Grand Finals of WardiTV Mondays 97 begins with the blue Terran player, his third WardiTV Monday Cup final. He lost the previous two to Hero. Can he take it down today? This might be one of his best ever chances to do it. It is going to be Percival in the bottom right-hand corner. And he's been playing some very good TVZ. Wins recently against Rogue, his opponent in this game, Rogue. Against SHIN in this tournament already today. Also against Solar in some other events recently. Percival has been looking hot in the TVZ. In the top left, our Red Zerg player who's been dismantling Protoss today, beating out Classic and Hero to make it to this finals. That's a hell of a run. Actually, an amazing run, really, because he started the day off against Bjorn. So Bjorn, Classic, Hero have fallen in his wake, and that is why Rogue is in this grand finals. Neither of these players have ever won a Monday Cup. Rogue has never even been in the finals of the Monday Cup. Who will take it down today in edition 97? It's going to be our first new champion since January. It's been 7 months since someone new won this cup. We've only had 2 or 3 new champions over the past entire year of cups. It's really genuinely exciting when we get a new champ crowned. So let's see which of these two will get themselves named under that. Very, very exciting. Actually buzzing. You know what it is? I was literally whining about this in Kung Fu Cup last week. Someone brought it up today. I mentioned it again. I was saying, I don't know. They're like, why are you upset about your events? I'm like, I just want, why do cool things happen outside of the WardiTV tournaments? Like, why do all these players perform in other weekly cups? And in our weekly cups, it's always the same guys winning. And don't get me wrong, the same guys win elsewhere, but the amount of upsets in the WardiTV Mondays is so much more limited. Well, yeah, not today. Not today. I got what I was whining for, so... Further proof, guys. If you don't get what you want, whine until you get it. Is a very true way to get things to go in your favor. It works. It's worked today, at least. Gonna be multiple racks on the follow-up to, believe it or not, the Command Center first. The CC first has been all the rage in the TVZ. Double racks on the follow-up is interesting, though. We're going to go for just a lot of Marines here. That would be my first guess as to what we do. It seems as though it's very likely going to be the case, actually, as well. So it does seem to be the current plan. I'm just going to see those lings nibbling up onto the set of rocks over here. Get some damage out for the moment. Again, stim building through, just going to have ourselves the hatchery and company coming up as well. Let me just take a couple seconds to get everything going. Like I said, there's going to be a bunch of Marines off of this CC first, so that is the direction we are going in initially. Bunch of Marines, going to get those on the map, try and deal some damage with them. It's got things coming across, just going to chase that Zergling away for a couple of seconds. So Link gets chased out of there. Stimpack, combat shield building up. A few Marines continuing through. That hatchery still coming online as well. A couple extra queens building into place at the moment. Stimpack, combat shield, all produced in that factory is on its way. The few Marines continue out as well. And a few drones is coming up. So obviously we're going to be on a very high bio count here early on from the Terran player. So we're going to have to make sure we've got the numbers to deal with that as Rogue. He's going to have a Rotron building. Carapace is good for the Lings against these, heavy Marine openings as well, because that's typically the upgrade that's going to just work better for you in these circumstances. And I'm a believer in kind of committing through to that for the moment as well, so I don't mind that at all as we get ourselves readying at the moment. It's going to be seeing the Rotron finishing soon, the Overlords and the Carapace coming up, Starport building, combat shield building. Obviously Stim already done. Doesn't look as though Percival's going to push out early. We have seen some players pushing out very early in the game. I'm just going to step forward. So we are going to push out. So this is what I was wondering, if we're going to push out at least a little bit. Kind of thought that maybe we would see it because, if you build this many Marines, you want to have some pressure on the map. Marine step up, just going to be having the hatch in some trouble. Queen goes down. The Roaches are very good against this. Sturdy, they don't let Marines overwhelm very easily, so you get to be in at a good defensive position pretty quickly in the situation. Again, see the land, the Carapace upgrade coming through. Just going to have a few Marines still getting onto those Roaches. If they chase maybe a little bit too far, with the support of the Queens, I think it's very difficult for these Roaches to do much. Out in the open there, they obviously took a bit of damage. Having a little bit of a rougher time. Theo Doyle, thank you so much for the Prime sub as well, by the way. Appreciate it. Keep those Primes pouring in, guys. Again, this is the WardiTV Mondays. And this event is supported by you guys. And this event does not happen without your support, so do consider hitting up everything you can. Especially the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. As per usual, the Patreon, 100% of it pledged, 100% of anything pledged there goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize pool. So do check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV and help support more StarCraft 2 today. Has the Bears, thank you so much for the 3-year resub as well. Appreciate you. As the Marines come stimming in, looking for the drones, looking for the Queens. A couple of Roaches are going to come over. The Marines are going to fight those Roaches. They'll be taking a bunch of damage, minus an Overlord as well. Percival with a pretty good start. Like I said, first I felt like the Roaches were pushing this away nicely. Now they're getting overwhelmed a little bit with the supporting medevacs on those Marines. Couple tanks sieging up. Attack upgrade. Building on the engineering bay. Just can see a couple SCVs coming out. Yeah, for a moment or two, the few Marines are going to step up and push in for a couple of seconds, looking for some damage, looking for some opportunity at the moment. We've seen our Bioforce coming about again, coming over for a couple of moments, and trying to see what else we can do. Just going to dive in towards this Roach Ravager Force. A couple Corrosive Vials missing, as Rogue is kind of desperate to start pushing this away and to stop this from having too much happen, realistically. Bioforce still stepping in, and we are going to be clearing out the creep. Control is in Percival's hands right now, which I like a lot for him, because I think Rogue wins a lot of these TVZs lately off the back of very strong mid-game. I think Percival wins off of a strong later game, but obviously if you have a strong mid-game as Percival, you can get to the strong later game. He's now sieging up tanks aggressively and putting himself in position to deal with this situation, which is going to be him just continuing to attack through Roaches and Ravagers alike, so just shoving his way in there. Queen's going to take a bunch of damage as well. We are going to see this Bioforce continue to try and hold out for the moment. doing anything it can to hold this position. I mean, Rogue is going to maybe clean it up, but it's not being cheap for him, and it's in a moment of the game where he's on his way to Ling speed, on his way to Bane speed, so it's just nice to slow the Zerg down at this kind of point, though. He has been able to do that so far. As we come around, a couple of tanks still firing up. Medevac Micro and whatever it can as well. Does not manage to save this other tank, but hey, we got away with the tank and a Marauder. As full supply. Yeah, I mean, he gets pushed back is the main thing to take away from this, I suppose. We have got the Roach Ravager gathering again. Drilling close coming through. Extra Lings coming over. Ultra Cavern building. So Rogue's already on the hive. Him being up to Ultras very shortly here could be a swing in the game, right? So that's a good shove. But Rogue holding on and giving himself the chance to play to a deeper state of this game is likely going to be extremely, extremely beneficial for him long term. Adrenal Glands coming up, +3 Carapace, +2 melee coming into play also here. Like I say, again, everything up from Rogue very soon. Percival's going to take a bit of a supply lead again, but if Rogue can just keep on hanging on, then I will believe a little bit. I will believe a little bit. Fire comes across, just going to grab the Zergling, the Roach Ravager comes over once again. Medevac lifting off and escaping out. Bio stepping in. The Ling's actually going to run down here as well, trying to see just what else we got coming through. Those Ling's going to just get straight in for -13 SEVs. Good job from Rogue. Does he have enough to defend at home? Is the Bio? Is it going to get wrapped around? No, he loses his 4th hatchery. He needs to rebuild that. He's obviously got the Ultras on the way up as well. Adrenal Glands, +2 melee, +3... Chitin's playing a lot of good stuff, +3 Carapace as well on the way through. So big upgrades to help you out. And Percival losing control of that 4th base for the moment as the Bio will continue to fight. A few more Zerglings going down. +3 attack, +2 armor, continue to come through. Medevac's just going to load. We're going to pull away a little bit. Hatchery going to reposition. Roach Ravager army heads down the right-hand side. Couple tank shots going in. The Zerglings already getting blasted. Ling, Roach, Ultra gathering as we are going to see this army spreading and ready to dive into this 3rd base. Here we go. Couple Lings. Gonna eat a couple shots. Banes rolling forward as well. Wouldn't mind going to hit a few of those Banes. And the Ultra's going to be there fighting as well, pushing their way into this. Rogue loses a lot of supply though. And if these Ultras all go down, and this feels very scary. We lose 8 SCVs. The left side base in some trouble again. Hold position in the SCVs has actually seen massive success. What a great hold position from Percival. Stops that Ultra on the natural wall from getting into the natural and really made it lose a lot of damage output time as well. If those SCVs just pulled in, they would have died. We actually really limited the damage there. CC killed in the front. As Percival obviously has CCs for days, I don't think that's an issue for him right now. But -20 SCVs. I don't think that part's an issue either. I think the biggest story here is that Rogue lost a lot of units trying to attack forward super aggressively. I understand it right now. Momentum feels like a big thing for him, but if he doesn't end up breaking through, I actually worry for him in the long term here. Bio coming around, the Zerglings gather up. Still having units running across the map from Rogue. Is it, at what point are you more comfortable kind of stepping back and saying like, okay, let's give it a moment? It's a good question, isn't it? This is just an orbital, by the way, so orbital gaming across the first 4 bases is becoming more and more popular to take the plant trees much later. Percival re-lands, he'll look to stabilize. Rogue backed off and will obviously look to stabilize a little bit himself here over the next little while as well. Lings just run in, SCVs get chased by Army, getting back after the Lings, getting even more damage done. Finding even more opportunity right there. Ultra's going to jump through. This right side base losing another 23 SCVs. Those are the sort of plays that are going to make a difference here long term from Rogue, because Percival was on an okay-ish economy to kind of continue through, but if you lose another base of eco, now you're really on the wire economy-wise, and if you lose even more SCVs from here, then you're really in trouble. So that's a massive play from Rogue. still chasing forward with these ultras, keeping this momentum on his side as Rogue is hungry for the lead in this grand final. Medivacs, I think, just went to pick up those units and then left without them for a second, so it took a little moment longer. Have to go and deal with that for a second. We're going to be seeing another few Banes crashing through. This base is going to get forced to lift. The Liberators arrive, however. That might be enough to push the Ultras away for at least a few moments and to give you a little bit of reprieve. The Planetary Fortress holds on with the aid of a Widowmine against that final Ultra that was chomping. Oh no, friendly fire Widowmine kills even more SCVs. Percival, 40 workers still. How many has he lost in this game in total? 87 SCVs of Percival already dead and in the bin. His economy has been truly zerged in this game. But he is, I mean, 41 workers can hold on at least. It's just a question of, is it going to be enough soon enough, I suppose. As the Spire is about halfway through. Again, the Infest is still building as well. All of those Ultras gather up Bioforces. Getting a few heals off the Medivacs. Little Fungal Growth landing down onto one of these. But not really anything too meaningful just yet. Percival still alive. Rogue. Spire about to finish. Obviously, some Corruptors right now are really good to get rid of the Libs. So they're not just constantly in the sky going unanswered. They're the army all over the place. Fungal's catching us. If we're working ourselves around these Libs, then absolutely why not? Seems absolutely okay. The few Banes are going to continue to roll around again. Currently out of position with the Liberators. They're going to have to relocate once more, which they do. And again, the Ultra's still chomping forward. A couple of Banes are going to chase through. The Widowmine shot going off onto some of those Ultras as well. Last Ultra going down already. Now we have ourselves what's CVs, and so continue to produce up. Another Widowmine shot going off toward the link. More Marines will gather. The Lings is going to run straight in, and SCVs are getting jumped on once again. -6 workers already. Another Widowmine just gets burrowed up over the side. Rogue 160 to 110 supply. Again, keeping that worker count of Percival down. 35 workers only. He's never really stabilizing above 40. He's lost 103 now total in this game. Vince, thank you so much for the 10-month resub. Wasting the banelings, but yeah. But sometimes he's just so far ahead it doesn't really matter. So, guys, we lost the music. You guys are going to have to remind me to restart StarCraft after this game, as that might not actually be too far away. Fungal Growth chaining onto some of the Medivacs. Ultras are pushing through. We've got Corruptors hot on the tails of everything as well. Ling's going to cancel his base in the bottom left that's trying to rebuild. Never mind, that's not a cancel. That's a kill. There's not the flood of orbitals to keep Percival alive. That's GG. Rogue opens this grand finals with a 1-0 lead. Alrighty, guys. Game 2 coming up in a few moments. Let's get this set up. Let me just tell them that I'm relogging. Restart my StarCraft. And get into game number 2. Oh, fun games too. I mean, it's been a great Monday Cup. Last week's Monday Cup was great as well. Today's been some really good matches also. Accidentally went to the other Wardy stream. It was Rogue losing to Fantasy. Open up this one up and Rogue's beating Percival. Lovely. Oh, did I not go on the right server? It loaded me into NA. That was silly. That was silly. Alright. We are in game and we are going to get a go check. Heading ourselves towards game 2. Again, winner of this series is a first-time WardiTV Monday champion. So that's very exciting as well. Again, it's just not very common that we get new Monday Cup champs. Let's see who it will be today. Will it be a rogue? Also just, I mean, it's very rare we see a Zerg champion, never mind a new champion. It's very rare we see a Zerg champion solar. Pretty much the only Zerg that has won since SHIN, I believe. Right now, Rogue sits up 1-0. Potentially make it happen. In the bottom left, Percival, our Blue Terran player, as we head into Game 2 of this best of 5 finals here today. Boom, 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 boom. Tiba coming up, SCV on the way through, ready to drop down a barracks. No command center first from Percival, going to mix it up a little bit, at least throughout the series, then it would seem. Overlord heading to the bottom left. Again, Rex building. And we'll see a CC soon, I'm sure, from Percival as Rogue just throws the hatchery first down. Not really shocking from him. Zergs don't really have any reason to do. I mean, you can pull first a little bit in ZVT, I guess. I don't think pull first is good against command center first unless you roach roll in after, maybe. But maybe some pull first roach roll ins would be nice if the Terrans are mixing in this many command center firsts. Percival's muscle memory kicking. He's sending out the first SCV. I know, it's funny how many games you can play, and then in your head you're just like, yep, send the SCV. It's like, no, I don't send the SCV no more. Yeah. We'll see a fun one. I see a lot of people thinking Percival can't beat Rogue, but I would really not believe that's true, if I'm honest. I would really think, I would give Percival a decent shot at beating Rogue, especially right now. I feel like Percival's playing really great lately. What's his history against Rogue? 2-14, but he beat Rogue 2-0 in the WardiTV Mondays 92. So one of the victories that Percival had came just last month. So, and that was a 2-0. Was that pre-patch, 22nd June? I think that was pre-patch. I believe that was pre-patch, as this Reaper being very annoying. Just trying to be a nuisance early. Gonna be seeing how things be coming across. A few drones and the Queen coming about. Starport, SCVs. The Hellings actually get in, so just going to be able to confirm everything that's going on. So that's obviously really nice, just getting confirmations of what happens. What's happening is never going to be a bad thing, obviously, so that's going to be fantastic. And get in for some work there. There's the hatchery. Sets up on the other side of the map. I mean, Percival's also been beaten Solar recently. I think it's not really far-fetched to say that Solar is seen as a stronger Zerg player than Rogue in recent times as well. So I think if you're on the Percival hate train today, guys, I don't know, I think you need to get more up to date with StarCraft. which is fine if you're not up to date, but then don't make statements as though you know what's up when you don't, you know? That's when, you know, and the best part of me saying all of this is now It's going to be a brutal 3-0 by Rogue. Percival doesn't look to stand a chance, just so everyone can be like, see, Wardy, we told you so. I told you so. Banshee, Hellions, and the cloaking all coming up. The command center coming across the Banshee through the center. Hellions and the Reaper already poking onto the hatch for a few moments. Now that cloaking going to finish very soon. Stimpack will build, and that command center is about halfway from Percival right now as well. Feelings will just nibble at the CC. Just gonna have the Banshee for one drone before it gets denied. Be nice to delay the CC a few moments as well. Stem coming about again, engineering base and the barracks coming through. That gas is on the way up. Lair and the drones continue to produce. Those two Banshees together actually cloaked. Spore Burrows just out of reach. And those Banshees find the corner to get in. The Queens are chasing Hellions, so we are going to see a few drones going down. Both mineral lines being disrupted from mining. Banshee's going to have to make an escape through the top. Will they get away? I feel like they're going to take more damage, no? They're just about in reach, but not completely, so it's not going to be too bad, I suppose, at the end of it all. Well, we take our time for a couple seconds here. It's going to have the 1-1 upgrades on the way through as well to bring that straight up into place. It's going to land back down over on that left-hand side, so again, just going to reset that for a couple of seconds. And we got another hatcher coming up on the side of Rogue, so he builds himself up nicely as well. For a moment or two. And Bayonet hatchery, 1-1 missile upgrades, the groove spines, all of that coming through. At the moment, just bringing a lot of that up and into play already. This one's moving out. It's going to find an overload on the way. It's supply blocks, Rogue. Not a good time to be supply blocked when the Terran is approaching you, right? So, anytime you get supply blocks, it's going to be a little scary as the Marines step in. Kings and Queens try and play a bit of response here right away as we just step through. Just going to have ourselves the tank firing back the other way, the Queen's still gathering in there. Aliens still trying to fight for a few moments as well. Banshee's going to get after again a few more of those drones, so a little bit more damage being dealt at the moment. Again, the rest of the Marines step forward. Just going to see a couple more of these overlords still getting dropped down at the moment. You see the Marines are coming through for one more drone. This push has had a lot of potential from Percival, and it's not being slowed down at all just yet. Tanks keep firing. A couple of these Queens and the Hydra still going down. Also, just having ourselves, just trying to hold on as best they can across the board here. As Percival is going to push back these last few units of Rogue. Supply for Rogue, good on the army, not so hot on the well, it's not good on the army. He's actually down by 10. He clearly doesn't have the units up. I meant to say good on the workers. But yeah, just not so hot on the armies. He doesn't really have the army supply to really see him through where he needs to in the grand scheme of this. You see his Spore Crawler get knocked down. These Hydras are coming across. A couple of tanks are going to get jumped on as well. I just been clean up though, so we are going to clean up in the end. Man, how many times today has Percival been on the verge of like extreme success in this matchup? Only to have the Zerg pull out like a... I don't know if this is a nigh on miraculous hold, because I still think Rogue's in trouble, but like, to pull out a hold where I didn't even feel like they were going to be able to stand up, I guess it's kind of nigh on miraculous. I mean, we are still losing Hydras though. Hydras are expensive, so that part is absolutely not great either as a few Hydras get back the other way. Just going to chase for a few more moments as well. And still trying to push through. Those Hydras are going to say no, no, no at the moment. Wings chase forward again. The Marines get pushed back. Hydra's still putting the work in here. And return once again. A couple more of those Marines already being cleaned out. Rogue holds. Like I say, we've seen a lot of good positions from Percival end up being attacks that don't break through. And that has led to some of his losses today. So, see if this is one where Rogue can turn it around as well, or if Percival will bounce back. I mean, it's still being good for Percival. You look at resources lost. It's a 3k difference already in the game. Rogue was losing a lot of Hydras, which is the issue. Hydras are not cheap units. They're very expensive. It's very difficult to keep those Hydras alive a lot of the time. Those Hydras very close getting that medevac. That's going to be really nice. Difficult to keep the Hydras alive when they're on their own. And like I say, very efficient things to pick off as the Terran player as well, because they're not cheap, they're expensive, and like I say, they're squishy. So if you get on top of them and they die, thumbs up. It's a good, it feels good moment for you. Absolutely. CC moves to the orbital. A couple more units still whacking their way through into existence here at the moment. Medevac loads, and the few Marines are going to go out. Journeying for a second or two. Just going to be seeing the Marines loading back into the medevac, so they're going to pull back as well. A few moments, get this reset. Marines kind of everywhere. Obviously, not the mutalisks to help us clean up with this time around, as we've maybe been seeing in some of the previous games today, where mutas have actually had a lot of work to do against these Zerg armies. I'm just going to go across. We play cleanup one more time. Now that Lurk Den is producing through the hive coming up as well. +2 missiles, +1 melee. On the way around at the moment. So again, bring a little bit more of this straight into action here to reset things momentarily. Medevac Marines is going to gather over on that left side, just going to join up. +2 missiles, +1 melee, side 6 spines producing. So we are going to get to lurkers here as Rogue, which is big. I think especially on this map as well, there's a lot of avenues on this map, right? So if you kind of run in one avenue and the lurkers cover there, it takes away a lot of what you can do. The Zerg also doesn't love pushing on this map because of all the line of sight blockers. So playing something like lurkers, which benefit much more from you being pushed into, kind of plays into what you're setting up for anyway, right? Nidus Network producing from Rogue, so it gives him some aggressive options with those lurkers as well. A well-placed Nidus with lurkers popping out of it can be absolutely game-ending, so no surprise at all to see that coming about. And Plantry. It's going to be setting medevacs coming over, ready to unload. Ring Hydra just going to jump onto these rocks. They will go down already. Creep is still spreading. It's going to knock those rocks down. We get ready to move elsewhere. 3 upgrades coming up from Percival. Again, +2 vehicle weapons coming around. That cloaking for the ghosts going to be applicable soon as well. Brings the medevac just up the right hand side. A couple medevacs coming down the left side. So as Bane's going to dive through, Hydroling going to be there to push this back. Rogue actually just swarming. Like I say, I mean, Percival's obviously just turtling up and taking all these bases. 5 base so far. Looking for some extras. Obviously just going to float across Siege Tank, trying to set up as well, see what else is going on. We're seeing this army is, again, poisonous ended, but can't really push through just yet. Bane's going to roll up, the Ling's going to be there, Hydra's gathering around as well, so again we settle in with this for a couple of seconds. Hydra's, Banes, and Ling's pulling back over. Obviously, it's just going to be there. A couple starports, the Liberators extra coming through. 6 commencing at a time to just mass up the economy for the next few moments. Again, Vipers and Banes still building. The Zerglings are still producing through as well. Continue to bring a lot of this up as our upgrades continue into place. Banes, Hydra's is going to be coming across. Ling's going to get there. The Overseer's nearby. Fire Force will join up. Just going to see the couple of Spires building from Rogue, so he's going to give himself some options late game. Obviously, Corruptors are very good. Eventually, you oftentimes want a Brutal Lord shove as well. This pops up, just going to see the Bioforce coming down, missile turrets. Pushing the Overlord back, we've got a tank in position, so this Nidus does not get anywhere. It's a good setup because obviously sometimes if you leave a tank defensively, the response is to put the Nidus on top of the tank. Can't put the Nidus on top of the tank if you can't get close to the tank, which is what the missile turrets stop you from happening. Rogue has traded well so far, 3k difference, but we'll see if that increases or decreases over the next few fights. I mean, obviously you expect it to increase. If Rogue can keep that similar, then obviously he'd be trading well. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's see those lurkers are going to fight. Let's see, a couple of these lurkers actually do get out, so we actually see a successful Nidus network. Obviously a Liberator will try and be the answer to this, but the problem with the Liberator being an answer to the Nidus network is going to be that you have to keep moving them, and in the end, these lurkers, they unburrow, they move back away. We lose 2, actually only 1 so far. A couple more lurkers showed up. Going to kill the next Nidus. There's still the Nidus in the back. The Hydra show up to get rid of the Liberators, and the lurkers are still here to defend against the Bio that's running in, so this attack on the natural is extremely serious, and this is why you just can't let a Nidus network get up, because all of a sudden this is a very big problem. Starports going down. This is 2 of your... It's 3 starports in the game, right? No, it's actually both the starports in the game are going to die? Oh my... No, sorry. It was 2 of the 3. Okay, one of them had already died when they finally found them on the structures tab. There's literally one in the main base, I was going to say. But 2 out of 3 starports in the game go down, so there goes a lot of your... a lot of the numbers that you were working with. Now in Nidus bottom right, it's funny, that's actually in reach of the planetary, so that will not get any units out. Planetary will succeed in denying this. Look at the Ling Bane rolling about. Bane's onto a missile turret, does not feel great though. Again, the issue Rogue's going to see here is that Percival just has his entire half of the map. He has every base on his side of the map, and so Rogue can't steal a base away from the Terran player if this is going to be maintained. And this is one of the issues. You have so many CCs, they clog up so much of the space on the map. We are playing with 20 command centers in this game, by the way, at the moment. 20 command centers, 16 orbitals. Oh, sorry, 6 planetaries. I think it was 10 orbitals and 4 not made. But obviously 20 total, and a bunch more will become orbitals soon. Actually, Nidus gets up bottom right. We might lose a planetary over here as the lurkers get burrowed, the SCVs and the mules get crushed on, but we just decide it's not worth committing through further. So we back away for the moment. Libs settle down. Again, missile turrets coming up, the Libs coming over. Viper just going to gather back through. Again, the upgrades are all building from Rogue. How much more does he want to do? How much more does he want to press? He's got 12.5k minerals banked up, almost 4,000 gas banked up as well at the moment. Nidus will be on its way this one. Out of reach of that siege tank, which is going to reposition to try and handle this. Siege is now. I think that might be too late to actually stop this Nidus getting up though. So these lurkers, if we're paying attention here, can get out from Rogue. Doesn't think it's worth it, so he does not pull them out. I love the tanks in the middle of the map as well on the high ground. They're literally untouchable by all of the Ling Bane, as we are going to be seeing the Ghost once again running. Well, we've seen Percival pull off that move before. The Ghost run away. Parasitic Bombs helping against the Medivacs a little bit. These Ghosts, I mean, if he falls the Ghost that far back, surely means everything else is doing damage, right? Rogue supply plummets. Oh my goodness, he's going to go Swarm Hosts. So Rogue says, I can't deal with the efficiency of the Terran player. It's now 25k to 18k resources lost. It's not super terrible. But now he's going to build Swarm Hosts as his next plan to try and find efficiency back in this late game. What a fascinating situation. Go step up. A couple of Crypt Teamers going down. Those few Changelings going to get jumped on. It's going to be having the Nidus network. Comes back around. A couple of tanks are going to be sieging. The lurkers are going to come across and just going to go firing up as well. A couple of those lurkers already getting grabbed, and we are going to jump back into the Nidus network for a few moments there at the moment. It's going to be some of the cheeky little locusts coming across, jumping into a couple of these tanks, missile turrets, planetaries. In some trouble, so actually seeing some success initially with these locusts, actually doing work. Denying some static defense. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of stacked up air units. Parasitic Bombs are going to go in. He did delay the Parasitic Bombs a little bit. A lot of stuff already dying, to be honest. And then he flies into the spores as well. It's not exactly going to do any favors either. We knocked down those rocks. That was a nice little bit of spellcasting from Rogue. Both are maxed out. The Ghost Liberator army pressing forward up the right side. It's not the first time Rogue has resorted to a Swarm Host switch to try and deal with a very efficient Terran army. It doesn't happen all the time, but he's done it a couple times before. I don't hate it, because I feel like you got to do something. There's only so much they can do, though. Once they land, they're pretty committed. You might actually find another CC on the left side. As the Ling is actually trying to get a wrap around on some of these Ghosts, and that's actually going to be some nice grabs. Multiple Ghosts already going down. A few Lings trailing forward, are going to die to the planetary fortresses as we re-siege the Liberators. But again, Parasite Bombs are chipping through this. Rogue's approach so far has been absolutely on the right track of trying to find efficient trades. He's actually traded efficiently since we last checked the resources lost. It's now a 6k difference, 5.5k even, so actually in a really good position. Rogue is going to lose a few drones. Intentional, it would seem. Free up some supply, rebuild something else, because I don't think they were meant to run into this army. Otherwise, we might be about to lose this base. Rogue is going to try and deny the right side base now as the Locusts make a different attempt of attack. It's good to keep swapping with the Locusts because you don't want the Locusts to run into the army because they will kind of just melt. So if you actually attack, different sides and the army can't be in position already, you're giving yourself a much better time to do some value. Banes are going to come over. We're just going to see the Marines going down. The Overseers will hang around. Rogue invested in Stormhosts, which are not fine units, so he has more loss. That's like saying that all the orbital commands are lost for the Terran, though, which isn't true. They're going to provide value over time. It's exactly what the Swarmers do. Like, it's going to skew what the resources lost means a little bit, sure, but it's not exactly... I mean, until the Swarmers are dead, I don't think we consider them, because they're providing value throughout, no? Depends what you're looking at the resource loss tab for. I think with the Swarm Host out, I think Rogue has a lot of supply caught up in them, so I would be surprised if Percival wasn't able to be more aggressive. Maybe that is part of the reason why Percival is seeing success pushing into some of these bases. Nice goes down, hatch on the left side falls. Like I say, denying the base on the right. The problem is when a hatchery falls, you've got to rebuild the hatchery. As the Terran player, you float over one of your supply depots, command centers, and you just continue to mine. Right, so denying the mining is good, but it's such more of a consistent thing from the Zerg as it is the Terran. 36 more lings in production as the Swarm Hosts find their next avenue attack. Finds a tank over here, finds a lot of move commanding units. Percival just lost 35 supply very quickly. Efficiency from Rogue continues to be huge. He has a bunch of Vikings, by the way, now. I believe because he was trying to protect these Liberators from the Vipers that were getting a lot of value from parasitic bombs again and again and again. The Ghosts do deny this wave of Swarm Host, though. It's a big win. Percival obviously has the money to rebuild. I wonder if he's thinking about what he wants to rebuild specifically as these lings. Oh, the repair at the end. I didn't know what to call it. I didn't know if the tank was going to go down or not. The repair at the end almost feels like cheating. That should have been a fair fight. No repair. No repairsies, you know. Alright, another round of Swarm Host Look is going to be dropping down. A few lings in the bottom right corner. Missile turret gets jumped on. Planetary Fortress is going to get taken out as well. Planetaries ain't cheap. Did we actually kill that planetary? I don't think we did. I think it lives. Oh, it just died at the very end. So that planetary does fall. A couple of Abducts finding some of these Liberators. The Hydras make a defense on the left-hand side. We'll see the Hydras clean up everything that showed up there. So this base lives. That's going to be one of the issues. I mean, he's basically struggling to mine from both of his edge bases. And you can see Rogue's bank is already decreasing pretty rapidly. 5k resources lost between the two. The efficiency has been parallel for a while now. That's good. The longer you go as Rogue, keeping that efficiency even, the better this is going to be for you. Like I say, eventually it's weird because of those Swarm Hosts. Like, do the Swarm Hosts eventually still want to be here? Do we want to keep them all game, or do we eventually give them up for kind of free? It's going to be an interesting one as well as the Locusts try and find a little extra here. A couple of Marines go down already. Additional Banes morphing. Now remember, one of the weird things that got changed in the patch as we threw darts at the dartboard was the gas count got decreased overall in the game. So, with less gas in the game, what tends to happen is that the Terran runs out of gas a lot sooner than in the past. And that is an issue for the Terran because eventually building Marines feels very bad for you. Like, it's very tough for... And I believe that's why we still have a few Marines now, because late game, if you end up with a lot of Marines, that's rough. As a Zerg, you can spend the minerals throughout the game a lot more effectively by playing, you know, into these Zerglings that can run around and continue to find damage. As Locust land, they will not find much. The Overseers do show there's going to be a bigger commitment to the fight. Corruptor's showing up into this battle as well. Rogue supply is still just... Obviously, it's heading down after these fights, but his bank account is getting absolutely drained. And again, the lack of mining on the left-hand side is a big issue. Resource lost after that still didn't shift that much. Ling's running 40. I think my big question, maybe not my big question, maybe Rogue's big question as well, how the hell did he get rid of the Ghosts? Because the one thing he's not done well at all is get rid of Ghosts this game. 5 Ghosts dead only. So this entire fleet of 24 Ghosts has basically been running around the entire time completely successfully. Has really not seen any issues. Going for a planetary here. We have actually stopped mining of one of the right side bases from Percival. It's a massive win for Rogue. Actually stopping like some mining really goes a long way for you. Because that's what he's having happen to him. He's having some of his bases stop mining, so to be able to stop mining himself, huge. However, Percival already has a massive bank. Although it is more mineral heavy than gas heavy, Rogue's bank is a little bit more balanced. Problem is Rogue is playing with a lot of lings, so he actually he wouldn't mind having a few more minerals. That's part of the reason why his minerals are low, because he's been so ling heavy on what he's been producing. A couple of Cloak Ghosts find their way forward. They get good snipes, they do get punished at least. As the Locust dropping down, Ling Bane coming through. Uh-oh, Ghosts close to trouble here this time around. The Banes are going to start catching. The Ghosts have to run around a corner, and the Banes are going to find themselves an opportunity. We've seen this one before today where the Terran player, Percival specifically, runs into trouble in one big fight, and the Corruptors are swarming. Are we going to be able to kill any more of these Ghosts? Couple more Banes connecting through. The Ghosts will begin to throw the snipes out on the Corruptors. Corruptors obviously could caustic spray down a bunch of structures. I tell you what, the difference is that Rogue has already spent his bank account and Percival has not. Rogue is broke, and he has to win the game basically with this army, and the Swarm Hosts need to come off cooldown for him to have an army to actually fight with here. The Lings run forward looking for a wraparound on these units. That's going to be some free pickings. We take those. The Corruptor is going to try and lead the charge in. The Ghost in trouble. Percival needs to spend his money. Why is the production tab so empty, Percival? You've got 10, 7,000, 8,000 resources to use. We should be using those resources. Right now, he's got so many resources and the production lines were empty for so long. That is absolutely damning in this kind of a situation, as a few Banes need to stop chasing through. We've lost the Swarm Host. We surely can't keep chasing into this. We're going to try, though. Scan to try and get the Infested, but the Lings are going to be good enough. They push through, getting every single siege tank. The Ghosts are running again. They're out of energy. They can't escape anymore, but here come some reinforcing Marines. This is why it would have been nice to have kept those producing earlier, as Rogue has an army supply lead, but for how long? With only 19 drones left, he has no access to mineral mining almost. And with very little mineral mining, all it's going to take is the Terran producing Marines. They actually probably will see us through to the end of this game. Rogue, I just don't think is going to have enough. They are fighting over here. The Swarmers drop in, but the Swarmers are not going to find what they need to. There's enough bio up now, as it looks as though Percival will not fall. Rogue found the fight. He needed to keep more economy alive at the end of the day. He needed more eco to keep him rolling across through this, I think. Damn. Resources lost is, look at that. The resource loss difference, 2. Not 2,000, 2. Crazy. As we are going to see, this is going to be one of the first ever games that Zerg loses while trading. Significantly better than the Terran. Oh. Yeah, obviously now he just drops the mules and this is just going to be game. You have way too many resources. Zerg cannot compete with that economy. You need to mine out the entire map. The problem was for Rogue is that he got denied the left and right base multiple times. He didn't decide to stop mining and to lose the workers and to go for the army. He was forced into that position because Percival made that happen. Fire pulling back over the right side. Army of Rogue. Gonna try and lead with the Swarm Hosts. Locust coming through. Just gonna land down. They want to get anything they can. These are effectively still free units. The army supply of Percival is on the up, and the army supply of Rogue truly is not. I don't even think Percival is wrong. Like, he's actually gotten it to a stage where a Marine-based army is actually good again. Like, that shouldn't really happen in this late stage of the game, but it's going to be good this time. Locust just moving instead of attacking. Well, only because they killed the Marines and then the Ghost Cloaks. They had nothing else to attack. Holy Sky, yeah, I mean, we've got like 13 orbitals, guys. Nice Fungal. Rogue needs a lot of good spellcasting to help him out here. Next Fungal is okay, but it's not amazing. That Fungal's amazing on the Ghosts. Unfortunately, it means nothing. Percival is going to tie this game up 1-1, or the series up 1-1 in our grand finals, as today has been a banger. And we're tied up 1-1. This actually came down to 300 mineral CC. Of course it did. Like, there's no light coating of this. Like, this CC cost allowed him to have enough economy. It made the difference for him to get there comfortably, no? What do you say? His Marines bad late games, they immediately become good? Yeah, they are bad late game, but when the entire game gets wiped out, spamming Marines is going to be powerful, right? If you spam Marines into a teched up Zerg who has a massive army still, they're going to be terrible late game. In this case, they may have always been good because Rogue was so Lingbane heavy as well, right? But you don't really want to build them before now. Rogue survived this long because of the lava buff. How about that? I mean, at the end of the day, guys, we can say whatever we want, because the reality is none of us really know actually what the balance is at the moment. Because, straight up, none of us actually still even understand the economy. None of us have played enough games of StarCraft 2 or watched enough games of StarCraft 2 to even know if the game is fair in the first 10 minutes right now. So, really, complaining about anything doesn't really matter. You know? I'll tell you who didn't survive because of anything, though. Protoss. That turns out paying warp gate tax didn't help no Protoss today. Percival in the bottom left, Rogue in the upper right. As you get into game 3 of this final, they hosted fast. They want to keep the games rolling. It is late in Korea. As we get into our third map of this finals, this is on track to be the longest WardiTV Monday ever. Crazy. Everyone hyperfixated on balance missed an epic game. I mean, some people can't see it as an epic game because they see it as balanced, right? Is the issue. But yeah, it was an epic game. At the end of the day, as viewers, you shouldn't feel the balance. You should feel the enjoyment of the game. It's for the players to feel the balance on, you know? I think one of the issues that's definitely been the case today is I think it's crazy how rapidly Percival gets to the extra bases. I noticed it against SHIN, and it was the same in this last game against Rogue. Usually the Zerg is able to contain the Terran for a whole lot longer on 4 base and then maybe 5 base, right? So usually that's what happens, and the Zerg takes the map, and that's where you see the efficiency fight come from. What has been happening today is that Percival is able to expand to the bases so quickly. Like, he's been able to get those additional bases up so fast. It's kind of wild. Games have been great since the patch. Games were also great before the patch. StarCraft 2 is a great game. If you change some balancing stuff, it's still going to be a great game. Unless you really break it, like we did with the initial Zerg Lava. Then, those games are not super fun to watch. But StarCraft 2 is a good game. It's very hard to make StarCraft 2 not good to watch. It really is. Guys, we'll just take a moment. If you're watching on the YouTube, do consider hitting that subscribe button and liking the stream already if you haven't already. The subscribe button, massive though. We are approaching 50,000 subscribers on the YouTube. 50,000 subs on the YouTube. Isn't that crazy? That's crazy. We're super close. We're like 150 away. So if you don't already subscribe on the YouTube, please do consider subscribing. We really appreciate it. Thanks so much if you choose to hit that button. As the command center into triple CC, into the 3 racks. A lot of 3 racks lately. Lair is going to start. So 2 base layer on the way at the moment. So I'm going across the map as we, like I say, we'll get towards this lair pretty quickly here, guys. Get that set. A few Marines gathering up. Just going to hit the rocks, knock that down for a couple of seconds. Guys, I think I need to reset my audio setup quickly. It's going to be me quiet for like 30 seconds, and I'll come back. It needs a reset because it's making sounds in my ear. So I'll be right back with you. Sorry. And there's the game sounds as well. Perfect. Alright, Spire, Bane Nest, and the Lings continue to come over. I'm just going to see how Zerglings will gather for a couple of moments. Bane's going to morph in. You guys are memeing the countdown. I have nothing better to do. I literally have to wait for it to reset. I'm just sat here watching it as well. As I get those Banes finished up, I'm just going to be seeing the Lings and the Banes continue to gather around. You think the final 1 sec? Yeah, I thought it was coming back on sooner, and then it paused. It gave me the green light, and then it didn't actually start making sound. So I like sped it up, and then it didn't do anything. All right, Ling Bane here from both sides. It's a good cleanup from Rogue as he deals with this attack. This is okay, monumental for Rogue. You just deny all of the Marines, and you're playing 2 base muta. Like this is an absolute dream of a start for the Zerg player, because now you're going to have mutas flying across the map against an all-time low amount of Marines, considering it's a 3 racks opening. And after a very epic game number 2, Rogue's going to take a very quick advantage in this game. We'll see how long Percival... this is bad to the point where I could see the game being done in a minute. Kind of depends what the mutas can find. I mean, the defense right now, not a single turret up. We are about to have 1-1 though, so the Marines are going to be a little bit powered up. The problem is it's going to be really... If Lings and mutas dive onto these Marines right now, and you've just forced a stim and the medevacs aren't out, yeah, you just go. Maybe we don't bring the mutas in so quickly. Oh no, the Lings don't get that. Whoa! This was actually ugly for Rogue. He actually lost over half of his mutas because the mutas went in too soon and the Lings got caught. The idea was great. The idea was absolutely correct, as Percival's building a 4th command center already. But yeah, he's not dead. He's not dead because the muta count went down. If he still had 7 mutas, this is why the Ling should have gone first and the muta should have backed up. I actually think, no, even better. He shouldn't have gone when he went. He should have waited for Stim to expire so that if Percival wanted to fight with Stim, he would have had to drop a 2nd Stim. That would have been the correct move from Rogue, because he could deny reinforcements getting to the army. That would have been the actual correct play. That I think probably would have just ended it. Instead, he loses 4 of the mutas, and that slows down the muta overwhelming factor a little bit, and that's enough to keep Percival alive. Rogue sees this 4th CC. I mean, Rogue is setting up to try and fight, but then he's got to recognize if the guy's going to 4th CC and you don't kill him here, you're in a lot of trouble. Now he starts a drone. He's only just starting Evo Chambers. Rogue's on like a Ling Bane muta all in, but he's backing out before he even really got started, honestly. I mean, he's going to come in now. So he's kind of got like the backup plan in action. As the medevacs evacuate away, they are going to get clear of the mutalisks. Like I say, it's kind of like a Ling Bane muta all in, just without... Because Rogue stopped to make drones, like if he actually just built more units, he could have justified running up the ramp, breaking the depots, and fighting in the natural. Now that he's kind of gone elsewhere, I mean, he built the Evo Chambers and still not used them. 7 more mutas starting up. At this point, you may as well use the Evo Chambers though, right? It's going to deny the drilling clause, which is always going to be good. Slower burrowing mines is never going to be a bad thing for you as the Zerg, as we find a couple of SCVs here and there. Mutas continue to find damage, but Rogue has a lot of disadvantages in this game, so he needs to do this damage. Percival is on 4 bases. Percival is on 2-2 upgrades very soon, and Rogue, he's just now sniffed out the carapace and the melee upgrade plus 1 upgrades to start. So Rogue is behind in a lot of ways, and that's why it's important that he keeps complete control of this game as much as he can. I think already the 3rd base starting to settle for Percival is going to be extremely good for him. Yeah. But, I mean, Percival played, like, giga greedy, and Rogue played an all-in that he just, like I say, he never committed to it. He never committed to it. This time it is Pommy. Yeah, he made... We're about to have 2-2. It's going to be rough. Let's see what the mutas can do. They're just going to go for the turret and get some SCVs in the process. They'll get a lot of SCVs, to be fair. Percival actually ran out of minerals there for a second. He's got Marines across the map. 2-2 against 0-0. We need the Banelings to do damage. And they shall not. Oh, I wish we had a camera on Rogue right now. This is a desk smash if I ever saw one. This is an absolute desk smash of a game. Oh my god, he nearly killed the 3rd base with Lings. He's trying to kill the engineering base. We're like a minute too late for that. The 2-2 is already done. Okay, this isn't done because the mutas are finding ridiculous amounts of damage. And Percival has not continued forward. On the other side of the map, 40 workers down, Percival, at this point. Rogue, they're not upgrading, buddy. Give it up. Oh, he's going to go for the Marines. Loses a couple of meters that try and reinforce, but we are going to kill the Marines in the main base. Doesn't get the mine. Going to go back onto the engineering base. I mean, we're going to kill the engineering base. At least we stop 3-3, I guess. Do not let the meters walk into those mines. That would be disastrous. Okay, well, you slow down 3-3. That means you can catch up as 1-1 completes. You can start up 2-2. Rogue. What a game. I'm literally... What a series. StarCraft's great today. Bane's crashed through. A few SCVs go down. We are on the 4th base on location from Percival, but he doesn't have the SCVs, but he does have the command centers to rebuild SCVs. So he can rebuild this SCV count. I think Rogue's done enough to keep him in this game, in a game that 100% was looking dismal when these Marines... I actually think Percival could have just stimmed and probably won the game as well. Like, he gave it a lot of respect. Wouldn't mind here is going to blast the new mutas. Oh my goodness, expensive for Rogue, but he pushes it back and he doesn't die, most importantly. A couple of these medevacs are going to die. The mutas getting rid of everything. A couple of Lings just send off a lot of the Widow Mines. Mutalisk goes down. A couple of Banes are going to roll through. We are still... A couple of these Widow Mines retargets onto the Baneling's top side. Percival with the splash to get it done. Slow zone in the center. He may not want to run through, but that is going to slow down the momentum that Rogue was starting to build a little bit. Bio pushing up, a couple of Widow Mines will start to burrow Banes. We'll head off once again, couple nice connections. We do have the 2-2 halfway done from Rogue. Got a couple Marines over the right side of the Overlord going down. This hatchery gonna get picked off. Once again, hatchery dies. Widow Mine gets taken out. A couple more of these Lings, mutas flying through. A couple of Widow Mines going down. Once again, Rogue is winning fights from the mutas alone. Quite simply, like, the muta count is what's winning him these fights, and the scrappiness of this is keeping him in it. He's got money to spend, by the way. We're getting close to finishing up those 2-2 upgrades. First of all, having 4 bases behind this has obviously been kind of massive. Percival didn't have that super fast 4 base. The amount of damage he took probably would have been game ending. I'd like to argue that if he didn't have the super fast 4th base, he would have... Oh, 2 meters go down. I'd like to argue that not having the super fast 4th base would have meant he would have had a lot more units, but it's so cheap. I honestly don't know if it would have made that much difference. By the time he was taking damage, I don't think like 2 more barracks would have produced that many Marines to do much, right? The Widow Mine is there, still landing connections, but no, Ling Bane needs to keep going. We should never let those Marines start to unload out of those medevacs. Obviously, Rogue is looking elsewhere. You should never let that Marine force unload, because you could have been underneath the Ling Bane and you could have had the mutas on top of the medevac still. Could have been absolutely massive, for sure. Let's fly in again. A couple more Widow Mines go down. Overseer overhead. The mutas gathering up. 3-3. Building on the engineering base. Also, the Lings are going to continue across. The mutas are still nearby. Just coming around the top left-hand side. Again, just going to see the Corruptor building by. Burrow coming through. +2 Flyer Carapace coming up as... Flyer attack Carapace coming up from the Spire. Trying to deny the 5th base. What's this? Is that Widow Mine drop? Widow Mine drop over here. Doesn't do a lot. The mutas counter-attacking again. It's been such a scrappy game that a lot of the defense Percival had at home is not really existing. I'm going to stop to kill the armory. There was once upon a time that would have uncloaked the Widow Mines. What an update that was. We've got a refinery. Again, just finding what we can with these Mutalisks. More than anything, it pulls you back home as Percival. It makes you pay attention back over here, which gives Rogue some time to reset. 80 drones now in play for Rogue. As the mutas come in again, missile turret falls, the SCVs are getting absolutely blasted. The Marines are still trying to stim across also. Bunch of Banelings will morph. It's going to be seeing the medevacs and the Bioforce coming back around to that left-hand side. Widowmine connects, gets a few shots off. The Bio Army still collecting back together. The Mutas and the Overseers will join up. A lot of them coming through, just seeing the Adrenal Glands, the +3 Carapace, all coming by. A couple of those Widowmines going to get burrowing. For the moment, we knock a couple of changelings down. Just going to be seeing the Mutas coming back across. Again, +2 flyer attack coming by. The Banelings are stepping across as well for the moment, looking ready to attack into this army. Marines is going to get taken out. Hatchery lives for the moment. And Rogue's counterattacking. A few rulings on this 3rd base, the 5th base, under fire from the Mutas. No missile turret here. The Marines are going to have to run in after this. That's a really awkwardly placed base, no? For the Marines not being able to get around that. That's actually kind of funny. It's very good for Mutas to be attacking into it. So a lot of Mutas, they're going to clean up these couple of mines, and they get chased away by the Marines. This hatchery topside has still lived, by the way, but the Marauder gets rid of it. We have a Celebratory Corruptor, a Mascot Corruptor. 3 done for the Terran, so some of these fights will look a bit better. At least we got the +3 Carapace coming up from Rogue. This base is completely undefended. Does he have anything that can get over there? He's trying to chase down the Medivacs. Widowmine shot is already good. The Lings are going to start streaming forward. To be fair, it's super low HP on the army that was nearby. Reinforcements showing up. We did clean up the drop into the main base. Everything's clumped right now, and the Bays are going to make the gap. And so we are going to see Rogue knocking down a ton of these units. Corruptor still trying to fight. The Lings continue to swarm. Widowmine going to go off for a bunch more Lings. Rogue supply is not great. Where are the Mutalisks? We need them to make an arrival right now, because the Mutas are the one thing that can overwhelm here still, I think. A couple of Widowmines getting cleaned out before they fire, and we are not going to have the anti-air to deal with the Mutalisks, so this game will go on. The Overseer drags the Widowmine, so it doesn't fire onto the Zerg, and Rogue will hold. And guess what's on the way? Big Daddy Ultralisks are popping out soon against Marine Mine. No Marauders in production. And we just killed a bunch of Marauders there too. We don't want to build Marauders because it's so Muta heavy. But if Percival can't tell that Rogue's about to hit Ultras, 0 Marauders is going to be a terrifying experience for him. Then again, he's also a 6-base Terran. Man, the ability for... And don't get me wrong, Percival's been in good position this game, but the ability to just expand is through the roof from Percival. Like, he is expanding like no Terran has before. He's expanding like a Protoss expands in PvT, or Zerg in ZVT. Is this what we're doing? We're switching the roles. The Terran is the new Zerg, which was the new Protoss. The Terran rate of expansion right now is actually ridiculous. As you see, the Widowmine burrows up. A couple Lings will tank a couple shots. The Medivacs load. We retreat away. Mutas are once again causing absolute chaos. +3 melee starts. I don't hate the lack of +3 melee. It's been a very tight game, and Carapace was by far the more important upgrade. Melee is obviously nice, but at this point, Ultras are much more important. So if there was the choice between like melee and getting the Ultras out, much prefer that. We've got the Ultras here. Widowmines are scary, but Percival just ain't looking. The Banelings crash on through, and it's a rude awakening for Percival in the bottom right as he's dealing with Mutas on the other side as well. Man, I don't even want to look at how many SCVs died this game. The fact that Percival has 54 workers still alive, does anyone want to take guesses? This must be like an 80 SCV kill game, no? Maybe even 100 again? Let's have a look. 93. 93 SCVs down this game is absolutely ridiculous. Mutas are going to try and finish off this base. We do finish that off. Even gets the cancel on the planetary, of course, so of course there's the refund there. A couple more Ultras popping. Just going to be seeing the attempt to get rid of a refinery. Again, slowing down gas. Not a bad thing. The one thing Percival has been able to do, expand. The one thing he's not been able to do, tech. No Ghost Academy, only a couple of Liberators out. Liberators you don't want to build tons of right now because of the Mutas. I mean, Liberators, if they can shoot Mutas in anti-air mode, sure, are going to do great, but typically you want to siege those Liberators. The point of building them right now is to build them against the Ultras. But if you siege the Liberators, the Mutas are going to be able to knock them down, so there is an answer to the Libs, so they're not really the best answer to the Ultras that you've... Well, they're the best answers you've got at the moment, but they're not ideal. Oh, the drops get knocked down, and that traps a bunch of units in. Now the Mutas show up. At the same time, these Lings get stuck on the wrong side of things. Medivacs... I think Medivac should be the target. We are just going after units. Ling Bane's about to arrive. The Widowmines are not going to get a chance to burrow here. Percival getting caught, and here are the Ultras showing up low HP. The Marauders say we can help, though. 2, 3 Ultras go down. Now the Medivacs make the evacuation. 2 of them fall, but a bunch of full. A Widowmine tries to burrow, and it will burrow. No shot off on the Mutas, though. Another Widowmine burrowed out in the back. +3 melee upgrade still coming through. Additional Lings on the way. Having this Bioforce continuing to fight and trade. The Ultras turn back around the other side. Ultra, Mutas, Lings, and Banes all coming up. This army of Rogue just trying to hang on in there. He's been fighting. Every single fight from Rogue has been an absolutely horrific uphill battle. And he's done so well in so many of these fights. Resources lost about a 4K, 4.5K difference. So it's not even bad for Rogue. It's just the lack of economy. Now Percival has to knock down these rocks that were once trying to aid him. Did they aid him? I don't even know if they aided him. Blocking it. I don't know how much they did. Oh, this is scary. Medivacs can't unload if this Ling Ultra Force is underneath it. The Mutas are going to try and do what they can to get rid of one Medivac that's fairly full. The Ultras are going to close the gap, and now they're going to jump on this army. The Ultras back away. Bioforce coming back over. Percival will push Rogue away to the right-hand side. Ling Bane continues to produce through Rogue with a ton of units on the way up, trying to save this hatchery. We've got a transfuser too on this Queen. Please drop the transfusion. Please, no. I mean, it might have saved it. Like, he's very close to committing to the fight. Wouldn't mind hitting the Terran units. The Lings have a wraparound. The Mutas surely are going to clean up these medevacs, so we can't actually escape here. And Percival might have gotten the base, but he's going to lose so much. Good split against the Widowmine. One medevac on the evacuation. The Ultras are going to charge on through, and they want revenge. They want to take a base out themselves. The SCVs to repair, but the Balins will not allow it. Widowmines are not doing enough. Not only are we going to kill the mining base, we're going to kill the command center nearby as well. Mutas will overwhelm in the skies. Percival down 40 supply, and right now the Mutas will not be stopped. There's no mines nearby. There's not enough Marines, and Percival has to say GG as Rogue finds one more miraculous fight to take game number 3 and to put himself up 2-1 in this final. Damn. That was sick. Got a good final today, guys. I'm paying the players to play crazy. Yeah. Man, that was an all-time classic DVZ. That's one of the games of the year, I think. That's actually one of the games of the year. Series of the year? One of the series of the year? Percival Rogue? Maybe. It's been very good. It's been very good because it's been so scrappy and messy, you know? It's one of those matches where it's like it's really good because of just, I don't want to say how bad it is, but you know what I mean when I say by how bad it is. It's just scrappy, messy. It's an absolute pile of StarCraft, and it's beautiful. Top left-hand side, trailing in the series now. The blue Terran player is Percival. He battles against the red Zerg. In the top right corner of the map, this is a Rogue. Ghost Academy. Do you think ghosts are good here? Do you think he has enough money to make enough ghosts for that they're good? I think if he only makes a handful of ghosts, it's just not good anymore. Ghosts, because of the higher snipe cost, you need a bunch of them at once, and I don't think there's ever a time Percival could say, okay, you know what, I'm going to build a ton of ghosts. Because if he starts building ghosts, the mutas are going to shred him apart as well. Because he was constantly having to make units to deal with the muta pressure. So you could say, oh, just slow down the game and defend, but the mutas were everywhere because the game was scrappy. So I don't know. I don't know if that would have been... It's easy to say ghosts, but I don't know if ghosts... Obviously, like, if you just magic 10 ghosts on the field, sure, I just don't think he could have got 10 ghosts, you know? Do I take notes of my favorite games from the year? It'd be cool to see a top 10 or something. I don't. You probably should. Kind of hard to start in July, though, isn't it? It's kind of hard to kind of go, you know, for it to be July and we start there. There used to be the one of my favorite articles every single year, 100% was the Team Liquid like best games of the year article, game of the year article. It was always an absolute banger because you always got to like relive a bunch of great games. It was always really cool. It was like some of the games of the year, like WardiTV games or something, you know. It's like game of the year number 4. It's like WCS Grand Final. Game of the year number 3, the WardiTV Weekly Cup. Yeah, the Team Liquid games of the year was great. Yeah, I should probably take notes, but I'm terrible at remembering to do these things, guys. See, it's easy if you're a YouTuber, because every other week you just title a match Game of the Year. So at the end of the year, you're just like, okay, cool, I've got 26 series to pick from. And you're just like, which ones have the most views? Bang, top 10. God, the YouTubers always have it easy, don't they? It would be cool if, okay, maybe we should actually keep track though, because then we could maybe make it an event, and we could actually like watch through the top 10 games of the year or something as like a stream at the end of the year. God, now we're cooking, guys. Now we're cooking. Game of the year watch party? Yeah, it'd be sick. All right, who wants to be my secretary? Who wants to take notes? But do we do game of the year or series of the year? I mean, that game 3 was a great game. The series itself has been great as well. Just games? It's tough to do series, do both. He's gonna knock down these rocks. Haven't talked much about this one, guys. We've got the lab finished up, straight to the Spire from Rogue. If I'm Rogue, I'm looking at Mutalisk because I'm like, you guys are my best friends right now. God, did they put in work in that last game. Would I recast them or use the OG cast? Oh, I don't think you recast things. Recasting things is boring. Especially if you recast something that you already know is good. Yeah. I think we just watch them. I feel like you recast it, it's like, oh, I really remember why. If it's game of the year as well, it's like, hey guys, I think this is number 5, and I'll tell you why. It's the top 5 game of the year because there's this really sick play at minute 7. Be a bit of a crappy cast, I think. Stimpack, Combat Shield, +1 attack upgrade coming through. Got the Starport coming up here from Percival. Reactor is on the way. The Spire coming over. Again, a couple Overlords and the Bane Speed coming up as well. And just have ourselves a 3rd hatchery settling down. Pig's good at recasting. What, does he recast things he's already casted at tournaments? It's kind of crazy. That's the one thing I can never do, I think. Like, I don't mind casting replays, but casting games I already casted is bonkers. Because then that's not a cast. To me, that's more of an analysis of what I already, like, I've already paid too much attention and I've already, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Make the recast port, then I get distracted at 6:55, yeah. Miss the epic moment. Shouldn't roaches be really good with this close spawn? Ah, but where do you run in with roaches? Like, it's super choky to run in with roaches on this map. So, like, yes, but it's also really good to fly mutas across the map really quickly. As we are going to see the mutas are going to be in the main base, doing work already, by the way. 8 SCVs go down, plus the defense from Rogue at home. Very comfortable. Minus 17 SCVs. And Rogue is going to get to the natural. He's going to slow the turret a bit. He's already here with the Ling Bane as well on the 3rd base. This is kind of what that last game was meant to look like, guys. The Muta Ling Bane all in, no upgrades. 44 drones only, and just pure aggression. And he never found the moment to kind of pull the trigger in the last game, which I think was just because he lost so many of the mutas. But this is a lot more of what this last game was meant to look like. Now he starts +1 flyer attack. He's going to keep delaying the Evo chambers, though. Could just do with a handful of Banelings to bust through the front door. I absolutely think you can bust through the front door and just commit to this. Percival has lost so much. And he's just going to start nibbling at the front door. Like I said, just... Rogue's allergic to, like, the extra 5 Banes. There we go. He did add some drones. I mean, his position is obviously very good at the moment, already doing some serious work. And he's just had the extra meters. I mean, if the extra meters are arriving too, it's going to be tough because Percival's going to have to pull a lot of units around to play the defense. So the Mutilus are going to have a lot of work they can do. They can force a lot of units around. Just going to jump onto the reactor in the main base. Ling Bane. Just going to be let in. I don't even think that's a bait from Percival. I think that's just a mistake. GG's. Rogue takes it down with the Ling Bane Muta all in to knock us. Like I said, this was kind of what Game 3 was meant to be. It just... I think he got scared from losing a bunch of the mutas when he went for that dive that was mistimed. I mean, I'm glad that we did mess it up because honestly, like, it came to an epic game, but this is a lot more of what it was meant to be. You have a great fight, he capitalized on it, bang. Well, this wasn't a great fight, this was great harass. But similar idea. GG's. And that is going to be Rogue. A first-time WardiTV Monday champion, 3-1 over Percival in the finals. Percival now has 3 second places and no victory. Rogue in his first ever Monday Cup final gets it done. 3-1, and he is a Zerg champion. It is so rare to see a Zerg champion, guys. In 97 cups, this is our 6th Zerg victory. This happens on average 1 in 15 or 1 in 16 tournaments or something is that. What is it? 6 out of 97? Yeah, 1 in 16. Every 16 cups we get a Zerg winner, and this was one of them. Congrats to Rogue. It was a great series, great finals. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. It was a really fun day, guys. We had some great upsets. We had some fun games. Credit to Percival, took down Nightmare and Shin, and then that Percival Shin series was bonkers. I mean, and then we had Rogue's run, by the way. Bjorn, Classic, Hero, and Percival. Like, the only thing that could have been tougher is if MaxPax didn't lose to Hero and he was on the other side of the bracket. Or I guess if Clem was here, but like, he went through the absolute toughest section of the bracket, no doubt. He had the toughest round 1 match. He had probably the toughest round 2 match. Yeah, well, Hero versus MaxPax was round 2. Yeah, I mean, Rogue's run was just actually insane today. Actually insane. Guys, that was WardiTV Mondays 97. Tomorrow, we are going live with... Great question. What are we going live with tomorrow? I think it's Inu's battles. Tomorrow, I believe, is Inu hosting a tournament. It's going to be Cure versus Hero and Rogue versus Bjorn. Oh my goodness, Rogue is back. So Cure versus Hero, Rogue versus Bjorn, and a grand final between the winners of those matches. That is going to be happening tomorrow, guys. So make sure you hop in and tune in for that. Going to be the same start time as today. So that's going to be what we're live with tomorrow. And, yeah. That's going to be... That's going to be the plan around. So I will see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. The 24/7 stream is live, guys. I'll raid over the 24/7 stream. It'll be live for a while. I might take it down tonight for a little bit because I've got a hot fix for one of the issues I've been having when the playlist stops. So I'm going to hot fix that. But I need to turn OBS off. I probably do it tomorrow morning, actually. But yeah, I'll raid you guys over to the 24/7 stream once the ads are done. Like, subscribe, follow. Head up the Patreon, patreon.com/WardiTV. Definitely subscribe on YouTube. We are so close to 50k on YouTube. We are at, drumroll, 49,855. 145 to go to the big 50k. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more StarCraft 2. Thanks for an awesome Monday Cup. I'll see you guys later. Bye.